Hello everyone, how's it going? And a welcome to a brand new stream of the week. Yeah, I'm back on this quite chill Thursday. Pretty not hot weather as well, which is, always welcome. I was here briefly on Tuesday for, to roll back in on NA. Pretty decent session. Overall, fairly pleased with how that banner went. Great. And I did not stream yesterday, of course, because it's kind of a dead week when it comes to actual content on the gacha games I play. So I figured, you know what, it's finally time for some, overdue stress reduction, as I like to call it. So, I mean, I was still pretty productive. I did my big groceries of the month, and I cleaned my apartment and whatnot. But overall, still was a pretty chill day. Could relax and all that. So today, or starting from today, we're hopefully going to be good for the rest of the week when it comes to streaming again. Starting with a little game called Mahou Tsukaido Yoru, or The Witch on the Holy Night today. Still continuing on my read, I do want to beat it now that I did start it some weeks ago. There's only been like 1 week that I've skipped, I think, so far, since starting it, which was due to a cancellation of a stream, unfortunately. But yeah, we should be good to go for today once again. Now, tomorrow I'm going to stream a little bit of FGOJP, because the arcade collab rerun is happening. Who knows what else they might do. Probably nothing else, but, at least we got something to do. Cool. And then, of course, subset and the usual Sunday games for the rest of the week. Yay. Also, on that note, vote for subset. You have time until the end of tomorrow's stream, of course. So yeah, last week was pretty good with Mahou Yoru. I finished the second half of the big chapter 5, of course. Wow. Was very cool. Good chapters. And today we'll see how it ends up going from there. Am I not rolling for Boot Hill? Probably not. I don't really have plans, no. Yeah, I don't think so. I did actually, I believe on Monday, I actually played through both of the Starrel events on my own. They were, the Baseballer event was really good, actually. I think gameplay-wise, it might be the best event in the whole game so far. I'm hoping it becomes like a gameplay mode at some point, like a permanent thing. As a roguelite mode, it's even better than what they did do with Simulated Universe, in my opinion. So here's hoping. Cool stuff, though. But yeah, today we got Mahou Yoru action. Okay. Right. Let's see here. Should be good to go. Hi. It's me. It was fun, yeah, the event, yeah. The other event wasn't too bad either. I thought it was going to be like super ultra long, but it actually wasn't even that long for the main event of the patch. Not too shabby. You know what day it is today? Should I? I don't know. You tell me. Can't think of anything. I'm sure something's happening at any given day though. Hey Break, how you doing? Oh, it's Sweden's actually, you mean Independence Day? Well, I guess, do you guys even have an Independence Day? I don't know. Maybe you guys just have a national day. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. Does Sweden have an Independence Day? You guys don't, right? Because you were kind of established as Sweden from ye olden times, probably. Fuck if I know how that goes, though. We definitely have an Independence Day from you guys. You guys and Russia, I guess. Because, we've been, depending on what point of history you're looking at, we may have been either under Sweden or under Russia, so yeah. So we do have an Independence Day. Yay. But that's in December, so pretty long ways away still. Okay. Anyway, Mahou Yoru time. Hopefully it's gonna be a nice and cool day again. So I think we can straight up go into the new chapter, right? Because I think I checked the archive, and yeah, these are just the latest books are both the first and the second half of chapter 5, right? So there's nothing new for like interludes or whatever you want to call these. So we can just... Wow, this was 14 parts. Damn, son. We can straight up jump into chapter 6. Cool. So yeah, let's get on to the next episode. Very cool. So yeah, episode 6 titled Like a Dog. Kind of fitting for, you know, NA timing, I guess, because we have the Doggo event. Why not? So yeah, this is obviously now after the big debacle that happened in the amusement park where, you know, we kind of faced off against Alice. We won against the scary cloud thingy and, you know, survived the hazards that were coming to life. And yeah, Sojuro and Alko both got away or lived to tell the tale. So I guess now we're gonna basically see an aftermath. It seemed like Alice was gonna take the L, but we'll see. She might still be a bit reluctant. I don't know, honestly. Right. He was in a deep sleep. It all seemed ablaze in a mad, fiery red. Unbearable idle thoughts. Incessant obstinacy. Melancholy sights and gloomy, bittersweet talk. Fickle wickedness born of human interaction. Namely, the voice of a forsaken coexistence. This, however, was the scenery of a world far removed from that. If there were those praying, this was paradise. Then there were likely also those lamenting it as the underworld. Oh, about to see a Resh. Yeah, totally. Oh wow, it's an early burb. Are you here for the verb? Epic jokes. Why do you want my doors? What is your obsession with doors, Burble? What the hell? Is this like a character thing? I don't know. In a decade, or perhaps longer, this would all change, but for now, the autumn leaves remained yet untrampled by human souls. Okay. It was scenery he knew well. Life in the mountains was humble and modest. Always like Sojuro flashbacks.
Wait, FGO player weeds?
Yeah, the rare occasion where I actually try my best to, you know, channel my ability to read. I still suck at reading though, as you will see today, or even hear it depending on how you're watching this stream or listening in. It's because, you know, I tend to either flub my words or just misread or pronounce something. So, it's gonna be a lot of that today, I'm sure. But hey, Fox, thank you for the 30 buds, said a welcome back to the Go Gang. Thank you so much. Read 4B. Yeah, maybe I'll take up on that offer later when my voice starts to die. There were no conspicuous buildings among this wilderness he called home. They gathered and stockpiled only what they needed to survive without pillaging the land. Serpentine trails could be seen woven through the fields, and the stone steps leading to the summit were obscured by the forest, only visible once upon them. The mountain inhabitants probably intended it that way. There was no sign of mankind's exploitation among the mountain landscape. He suddenly remembered that this was the season he liked the most, or rather it suited him the most. There was much to be done to prepare for winter, but whenever he had a free moment, he would make his way toward the mountain top. Wow, he's a climbing man. Gazing idly at the setting sun while breathing deep, the crisp autumn air was probably the second favorite of his daily joys. It relaxed him, the cold but comforting wind at dusk, and the way the sunset dyed the peaks a vibrant crimson. Not 2 months had passed since coming down from the mountains, and already it pained him that the memories had begun to fade. Is the English title of the game? It's Witch on the Holy Night. You can see, actually that's the category I'm under as well on Twitch. Someone once told them that memories fade every day, so the best you do is make as many new ones as possible. Okay, that hurt my brain, I don't know why. Get your mods to read it. Nah, dude. I barely have mods nowadays as is, and Daryl is, you know, super overworked, so yeah. Typo. Yeah, is it an actual grammatical mistake? I can't tell, because that was weird to read. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so it wasn't just me thinking it was weird. Recollections grew hazy. A new place to live meant the beginning of a new life. He wasn't sure if he was reluctant to let go of the scenery he'd cherished for so long, or if he'd merely been spoiled by it. Despite his new home in a city surrounded by tall buildings, he felt guilty for wanting those memories alone to remain clear in his mind. Just want to believe it. I'm sure you'll have a chance at some point. Either way, he had to make the best of a fresh start. What kind of man thinks more about where he came from than where he's going? He contemplated. He's aware. Apparently the mistakes were worse before they released the updated version on Steam. Yeah, there's still definitely been many typos so far though. But yeah, I can only imagine how much worse it was before that. Yeah, there's definitely a lot to read if one wants to get into this franchise, Fox, yeah. This is actually a good starting point as well for anyone, I think, wanting to get into the Nasu stuff, because again, canonically, chronologically, this is supposed to be the first story, right? Or at least the first one he actually wrote in real life. Even though this was released later, of course, but this was like the first work he ever did, right? Yeah, so it's not a bad starting point. And it also introduces a lot of concepts about, you know, how the universe works and whatnot. That was Kange. Not actually. That was the first released product, I'm pretty sure. But the first one he wrote was Mahoyoru. But yeah, again, he wrote this supposedly to like some kind of a writer's competition or whatever, but it was rejected because it was too long or something. But he did write it, or he already had written it. And then later on, when he already released other works, after those, this was made into a visual novel as well. But yeah, the fact remains that this was still written first, I suppose. Anyway, he tried to stop himself from indulging in uncharacteristic sentimentality. It was 96 originally, yeah. It wouldn't be a dream if it was easy to understand. The moment he realized he was dreaming, angular shadows began to rise from the autumn clouds. Also, this visual novel is really pretty. Like, it's aesthetically very well produced as well. Not just the writing, you know, just the aesthetics are great too. They were concrete buildings previously unknown and yet familiar to him at the same time. This was how his current life was washing away his memories. Struggle as he might, there was no stopping the degradation of human memory or impressions. It was merely a fact of life. By nature, humans lived in the present over the past. Eventually, even his most cherished memories would be swallowed up by the buildings. Oh. I think it's missing the by, but I think I added it subconsciously. I think it's supposed to be there as well. Interesting. It was neither cruel nor heartless. If they were sure to disappear, then for now he would content himself with dreaming about the memories he could clearly recall. Damn, Verbo, that's a lot of effort you're putting in. A lot of people say it's like watching a movie than just a visual novel. Yeah, it's nice. It's not just like usually I would say most visual novels, they're basically like books with way more pictures in them. But this, I feel, is even I mean, it's mostly that, but it's still definitely a step beyond that, I want to say. Even if I'm still probably fairly early on, you know? It's already been, like, impressive in places that it doesn't always just feel like, you know, a book with pictures. A lot of pictures, that is. We're gonna make a VN of streamers in Fate game style. You're included if you're down. That's too much work if you won't hit anything. I mean, I'm down. I'm down for collabs or whatever, you know? Like, if you ever need me to even do, like, voice lines and whatnot, I'll gladly pitch in. And just, hit me up. You think Mahoyoru is your favorite Nasu work? Nice, nice. I mean, I'm enjoying it a lot so far. You think my voice line would sell on eBay? Ain't no one paying shit for that, dude. Whether in the mountains or in the city, the days flew by. Yesterday's scenery was not the same as today's. And such. Oh shit, look at that scenery though. She had given him no time to grieve. Distant nostalgia was beautiful, but that made it fleeting. Yeah, I've always win. If someone is tech savvy, I think you could easily make one if you wanted to. I'm not saying you should, because that sounds cursed, but, because of my VOD channel alone, there's like freaking hundreds, thousands of hours of footage you could, train an AI from. So, yeah. A faint dizziness made him close his eyes. Without sight, the mountainous landscape vanished, but in its place a familiar voice could be heard. It was a booming voice that seemed to shake not only the mountainside he stood upon, but the entire mountain as well. And of course, Aoko Aozaki reappeared, towering in the distance. He must have been tired, he thought, diagnosing himself while trying to make out what she was saying. Fearing the vertigo would return, if he reopened his eyes, he decided to keep them closed. It sounded like she was arguing with someone, though the tone was all he could make out. Makes sense. Probably with Alice, since she's probably not happy about this still. Oh, please, no, Fallen. It wasn't violent, but certainly aggressive. Maybe she was picking a fight with another mountain across the way. He wouldn't put it past her. After all, she was a troublemaker who blew up the moon. He couldn't quite grasp the conversation, though somehow, vaguely, he had the sense that his human rights were being largely ignored. It was deeply unsettling, even for a dream. Oh yeah, he got bottled, right? So I guess this is why maybe this weird thing is happening. After several minutes, it seemed that the high-impact argument ended in Aoko's victory. Then suddenly, the boisterous voice faded. Praying everything would be back to normal, he opened his eyes. Okay, wow, we're back here. He took a deep, slow breath. The scenery was a far cry from the nostalgic dreamscape he had just left, albeit not unpleasant either. Without a doubt, it was the amusement park. To him, this was his freshest memory. Man, there's a lot of typos in this chapter. He recalled the house of mirrors that Aoko destroyed. This park was a flawless replica of reality, but he was the only one there. Without having to worry about anyone chasing him, he sat down on the wreckage of Kitsy's rides and looked up at the mood that should have been shut down. The winter moon shone white like a jewel. It was layered over the figure of the girl who tried to kill him. If a mage was a witch, then she definitely fit the bill. I don't mind being killed. Such an absurd thing to say, but it spilled out of him so naturally. If you missed the previous Mahoyo stream, so the DFGO's Alice MP's wellness Narc's true identity. I never really paid too much attention to it, so I never put 2 and 2 together, so not really. Because, I try not to look at the fine details too much, especially if it's, related to a story that I'm probably going to read in the future, So, yeah. That had nothing to do with the witches or magecraft. There was an echo in the gaps of his heart. If she had not spoken those words, then he would not have responded as he did. In that moment, what had Aoko said to him? As he tried to remember, his deep slumber drew to an end. And with it, his chance to find the answers he so wished he could find. Wakey, wakey, is it pancakes? Then, Soljuro woke up in an unfamiliar room, gasping. Not because the plush mattress he was on was softer than his apartment's cheap futon, or because everything from the carpet to the wallpaper looked expensive. Oh. Damn, I was expecting it to be Aoko instead. Wow. Bewildered, he tried to catch his breath. She was the cause of his surprise. The moment his eyes snapped open, there she was, the girl dressed in black, sitting at his bedside. The silence was deafening. Still supine on the bed, Sojiro gazed at her. His impulse was to sit up, but he refrained, thinking it might be rude to be staring at the person sitting next to him. She was just sitting there, on a chair, dressed in black, modest clothes. Still, she projected an air that was anything but plain. Her monochrome outfit evoked indescribable elegance. Like a costume handmade just for her, from the finest fabrics. I bet it exactly was that, right? Considering she's wealthy, right? I bet it was exactly that. Okay. It was enough to inspire poetic sentiments even in Sojiro. The girl continued to sit, completely motionless. Without realizing it, Sojiro had stopped breathing. Genuine astonishment had him captivated. Such beauty. It was the first time he had ever thought to use such a simple, plain expression to describe another human being. She was the daffodil, in perfect bloom. Or the ideal female form, seen only in dreams. Wow, this guy's simping already. Hasn't even talked to her yet. This quality was something to be cherished and admired in her. It was different from Aoko's blindingly radiant vitality. After all, the flame that burns twice as bright burns half as long. And there was no way this girl would be allowed such a happy ending. Well, foreshadowing maybe. Her life was a solitary fable of someone who left the world in exactly the same way they entered it. With her humanity stolen at birth, hers was an existing not of this world. The more beautiful something was, the more tragic its fate. Oh! Growing up in the mountains, this was not something Sojiro was taught, but something he learned from experience. He turned his head, as though he was being lured in. He knew it was rude to stare, but he couldn't fight his instincts. Then... Uh-oh, the black eyes. This time his heart actually skipped a beat. She was not asleep at all. Expressionless, she was merely watching over him while he recovered. He froze, unable to turn his head away or think of something clever to say. It was like staring into her eyes turned him to stone. Okay, out of context lines right there, of course. Yeah, it is unoriginal. Yeah. Perhaps because of her delicate features, she looked somewhat younger than him. On the other hand, her tranquil expression made him feel like she was older. Jet black hair, just to her shoulders. Her large eyes were set like onyx stones, matching her hair. Devoid of emotion, her gaze stayed fixed on him. Even after their eyes met, she did not turn away. He wanted to speak, but could not find the words. He was not unlike a frog being stared down by a snake. Nevertheless, he just could not bring himself to say something. Additionally, no matter how carefree he might have been, he was painfully aware that this girl was as powerful as Aoko. Less talkative, to be sure, but still powerful. Objectively, the scene was not unlike that of someone nursing a bedridden stranger. He had no idea what she may have been thinking about, but it seemed to him this harsh silence might last forever. All he could say for sure was that the quiet did not appear to bother her in the slightest. It was like some bizarre form of punishment. He thought, keeping his eyes on the girl. He felt like the moment he turned his head or blinked, she might stab him in the chest with a hidden blade. And not because his imagination was running away with him. In the stifling silence, It was only natural that he would think back on what had happened in the amusement park, and it made him uneasy. But stronger than any anxiety was his fascination with the girl. Her slender frame and milky white skin, the chill of her guarded stare, the warmth of her lingering femininity. It was the mixture of those two latter qualities that was almost magical. He stared at her for so long he began to get the feeling that they had met somewhere before. Sometime before the conflict at Kitsyland. He could not quite put his finger on it, but he was sure he had seen her previously. Interesting. His voice shattered the frozen silence in the room. He almost felt sorry for making noise as he spoke out to her. But they could not very well just sit and stare at each other forever. Though he might have been the only one thinking they were staring, and perhaps she thought they were glaring at each other. She narrowed her eyes slightly, though apparently not out of offense. There was no response. Just as he was thinking it would have been better to keep quiet, she quietly raised her head. Her voice was cold but melodic. A white piece of cloth was wrapped in her fingers. There was no need to tell him what it was. Or is it the bandage around the neck? He was conscious enough to recognize his own possessions. He sat speechless as she tossed it to him. Picking it up, he wrapped it around his neck. Oh yeah, it is. He looked away in response to her blunt question, distracted by something unrelated. She called Aoko by her given name, which led him to believe that the mountain Aoko had argued with in his dream was actually the girl beside him. As sincerely as he could, he answered without presumption. There are things that should be known and things that need not be. There are also things that should be told and other things that must not be. He was not exactly sure what that she was referring to. However, he smiled slightly at her question. Perhaps impressed by his response, the overwhelming pressure in the room dissipated noticeably. Or maybe she had been more nervous than he was the entire time, projecting the image that his room was her domain a tad too strongly. The tension faded. He tried to sit up and prop his arms beneath him. Now that they were talking, it seemed awkward to stay lying down. However, his body felt strange as he tried to move, and it surprised him how difficult it was to sit up. It took everything he had just to raise his upper body to a sitting position. As he threw the covers back, he tilted his head quizzically. Damn, the dirty clothes soiling the nice bed. Uh-oh. She stared at him, not expecting him to complain about not wearing pajamas while sleeping. Somehow it appeared that he had done something to surprise her. Pouting a bit at the unwarranted curiosity, he turned to face her. Although he was still mostly laying down, it was at least a more dignified position. Indeed, he needed to find out where he was and who she was before anything else. Actually, the more he thought about what happened at the amusement park, the more he got a sinking feeling in his stomach. Perhaps finally getting through to her, she calmly moved her arm from behind her back when... Is that Aoko coming in? Can hear the footsteps. Once again, they silently locked eyes. Thump, thump, thump. There was a startling sound of rapidly approaching footsteps. They both had a pretty good idea of who it was. Damn, well, of course. Just as expected, Aoko burst through the door with a thunderous roar. Well, now they're all here. She entered wearing her school uniform, her long hair flowing behind her. Her breathing was heavy and her forehead was wrinkled by a scowl, granting her a demonic appearance.
Alice!
This girl named Alice scowled slightly in response. She may have even let a sigh of disappointment slip out.
早かったわね、青子。
Her calm voice was the polar opposite of Aoko's. Needless to say, her voice dripped with a brazen coldness.
そりゃあんたの性格は知り抜いてるからね。こういう時の短絡思考はこの2年で経験済みよ。お行儀がいいようで面倒になったらあっさり投げ捨てるのがあんたでしょ。
Wow, exposed.
いやね、人聞きの悪い。
Effortlessly, she brushed aside Aoko's jab. In doing so, Sojiro had the distinct impression that she no longer even realized he was in the room.
はっ、それで今日まで何度煮え湯を飲まされたことか。青子に譲ると言ったけど、よく考えると面倒だから私の方で処理しておいたわ。なんて言い訳、もう聞き飽きたっつーの。短期なのはそっちの自由だけど、それなら後の始末は相方に任せるのが最低限の筋ってもんじゃないの。そうね。そうでなければ共闘している意味がないわ。まあ、今後の方針を勝手に決めた人のセリフじゃないとは思うけど。それもきっちり型をつけたでしょ。いい？勝ったのは私たちよ。逃げ切れば見逃してあげるって言ったのは誰？言動には責任を持ちなさい、アリス。それとも何？もしかして一番気に食わないのはそのあたりの理由なわけ？
Alice frowned slightly and fell silent. Her housemate seemed to have struck a nerve that she herself did not know was there.
とにかくこいつの扱いはちゃんと目が覚めて本人の意思でどうするか決めるまで保留ってことで合意したでしょ。人の留守中に出し抜くのはやめてよね。それ、青子、学校はどうしたの？まだ正午になったばか
Rip
り。
studies, dude.
アリスのとこが今日で終わりって思い出して家庭の事情ってことで早退したのよ。期末試験前だってのにほんと何やってんのか。
She grumbled more to herself than anyone else in the room. Then she locked eyes with Alice. Or more accurately, they glared daggers at each other. The room had become tense once again. It felt like a fight could break out at any moment. With no way to escape, Sojiro had no choice but to sit and watch. But then, the electric silence that seemed like it would last forever suddenly broke about a minute later. Apparently, this sort of clash was an everyday occurrence.
私は今に言っているから彼に事情を説明してあげて。
Alice stood up from the chair and made for the door. Watching her go, Sojiro cocked his head. In her hand was what could only be described as...
果物ナイフ。
Oh, she did have some kind of a knife. Maybe not a deadly one, though. He had no other words to describe what the tool she was clutching.
アリス、あえて聞くけど、その手に持ってるの何？
Roro. Aoko asked Alice as she walked past.
探検ね。どう見ても。
She answered expressionlessly before briskly walking out of the room. He's like, okay, I see how it is. He thought it'd be best not to think about it too deeply, about the scene he had just witnessed. Okay. Damn, it's a nice day. At any rate, the girl in black had withdrawn, and along with her, the feeling sense of tension. Leaving a bedridden Sojiro alone with an Aoko still dressed for school. From his perspective, this was a perfect chance to get answers to his ever-growing list of questions.
わけのわからないことだらけだ、青崎。
でしょうね。順序立てて説明してあげるから、ちょっと黙ってて。
Okay, here we go, lore dump for ya, boy.
顔の麻痺も取れてるし、呼吸も再開と。これならもう安心かな。
She nodded, satisfied as she took a seat.
どう調子は。
なんかだるい。
He answered meekly, dropping his shoulders. He opened and closed his left hand a few times, but moving his fingers felt slow and awkward. It was clear he was still in bad shape. Meanwhile, Aoko was blinking her eyes in wonder. Or was it admiration? Between Alice and Aoko, Sojiro did not know which of the girl was the harder to read.
体が重いのは当然よ。丸2日経ってるし、寝てるだけでも体は弱ってるだろうし。でも、もう話せるくらい回復してるとは思わなかった。あんたって見かけより頑丈にできてるのね。
ん？2日って？
あれからそれだけ経ってるの。学校には欠席届出しといたから、その点は安心して。ガンドの呪いもダンプティの呪いも、私とアリスとで解除しといたから。
Wow. He nodded at the word curse, as if recalling it suddenly. It was all coming back to him now.
どうかした？そんな遠い目しちゃって。
ああ、忘れてた。それで2日も寝込んでたのか。怖いもんだな。
Damn, so he was out of commission for 2 whole days. Wow. Everything seems relatively back to normal now, at least.
ほんと緊張感ないわね、あんた。ローのように眠ってたのが嘘みたいよ。下手すると一生あのまま石膏もどきだったかもしれないのに。
Damn, almost a vegetable for life.
ちょっと待った。今すごいこと言わなかったか？
言ったけど、聞かぬが花よ。
He doesn't know.
経緯はどうあれ、後でアリスにお礼を言っときなさい。私じゃ解除できなかったんだから。
No great vegetables in Mahoyoru.
ひどい花もあったもんだ。あ、けどアリスっていうのはさっきの子か？遊園地で俺たちを殺そうとした？
Yeah. Aoko replied that it was.
彼女ずっとそこに座ってたけど、ここは彼女の部屋なのか？
He scanned the room again. He was not accustomed to sleeping on anything other than a futon, and the room looked especially foreign to him.
ここはただの客室。長いこと使ってなかったから埃だらけでしょ。それよりアリスと何か話したの？あなた。
いや、あれを会話というのはちょっと。
He brought his hand to his mouth and recalled the few words they exchanged. As he said, calling it a conversation would be a gross overstatement, and yet thinking back on it, it seemed like they had talked for hours, which brought an uncomfortable smile to his face.
とはいえ、緊張は解けたと思うよ。青崎がやってくるのがもう少し遅かったらよかったのに。
Aoko narrowed her eyes at his innocent slip of the tongue. She knew he did not mean to treat her like a nuisance, but nevertheless, she found it hard to take the full brunt of the words said to her face. Even worse, she sensed she was getting used to his manner of speaking.
でも、だからなのかもね。相変わらず首の皮一枚の人生を送ってるわ、あなたって。
Built different, dude. He tilted his head, clearly confused.
だから、あんたはよっぽどアリス好みの対応をしたのよ。まだ生きてるってそういうこと。
Well. No matter how hard he tried, he could not grasp what she was getting at. He decided to change the subject to something else.
ところで、ここはどこなんだ？あの子に聞いても教えてくれなかったけど、青崎なら教えてくれるだろ？
ここは三崎町の幽霊屋敷よ。正確には不穏寺邸と言えばいいかしらね。さっきの子、クオンジアリスの持ち家で私が住んでるところでもある。あの後あなたをここまで持ってきたんだけど覚えてないでしょ？
Something about the way she said that made him feel uncomfortable.
クオンジって っていう名前は聞き覚えがあるような。そうだ、よく商店街でおじさんたちが話してた。なんでも偉いお金持ちだとかなんとか。
それアリスの前ではご法度よ。穏便にここで暮らしたいならね。
Whoa. Confused yet again, he tilted his head for what seemed like the 100th time that day. And once again he had heard something to make him feel uneasy.
青崎、君今なんて言った？
しずきくん、私ね、あからさまな嘘を言う人と同じことを何度も言わせる人と察しの悪い人には容赦しないから。そのあたり覚えておいてね。ここで平穏に暮らしたいなら。
Stay here, huh? Interesting. With her best smile, she made her threatening proclamation. She used the word kurasu as well in Japanese, which is basically to live somewhere, basically. Or at least, you know, stay for extended periods of time. Interesting. Needless to say, it caught him completely off guard.
気のせいならいいんだけど、君の言葉には俺がここに住むような響きが感じられる。
And now he used the word sumu, which is to actually physically live somewhere that you can call home. Even deeper. He shot her an honest stare of disapproval. It was the best resistance he could muster. But it was not in the slightest effective against Aoko's overpowering, ruthless glare.
あなた、自分の立場は分かってる？
He considered her words carefully. He wanted to openly express his feelings on the matter, but instead he swallowed his words and shook his head. Despite his typical inability to read people's emotions, he at least seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. It appeared that he had finally realized that it was his carefree mood that typically got on her nerves.
ああ、そうだった。あんたに回りくどいこと言っても無駄だったのよね。いいわ。考える時間ぐらいあげたかったけど、時間もないし、はっきりと言ってあげる。いい？しずきくん。この度、あなたは私たちの監視下
So
に
he's
置かれ
being
ることになりま
forced
した
to live there because he
しばら
knows.
くはここで一緒に
So
暮
wait,
ら
is
して
he
も
even
らい
allowed
ます
to leave then? I wonder.
もちろん、生殺与奪の権利はこちらにあるという条
So
件。
it's a hostage situation.
No.
The blatant tyranny in her voice caused him to sputter. He wished that she would stop smiling in an attempt to make it seem any less outrageous.
一緒に住むって青崎とか？
It was not the faint expectation of living under the same room with Aoko that had him flustered. Rather, he was genuinely concerned about his own safety. Regardless of how good-natured he was, it seemed he finally had come to grips with the fact that he just escaped death.
とんでもない。冬眠前の熊と一緒に暖を取るようなもんだ。
Okay, so at least he's not completely devoid of, you know, sense of danger. At least sometimes. She agreed, as blunt a comparison as it was.
たまには的確な比喩をするじゃない。あなたの言う通り、下手なことをしたり決まりを破ったりしたら、今度こそ息の根止めるからね。
Well. Don't fuck around, bud.
それと、
Uh-oh, the scary
ここ
face
に
is
住んで
back.
るのは私とアリスの二人だけよ。
Go.
Hey, Alex Boone, thank you for the 23 months. Hey, big welcome back to the Gao Gang. Thank you so much, my dude. Damn, almost 2 years. Very nice.
あの子、私なんかより数倍常識ないから。気をつけないと死んじゃうぞ。
Smug Aoko is good. I mean, smug anything is good. She was 100% serious. It was her sincerity that made it all the more believable.
いや。
Obviously, there was no way the victim, Sojuro, could accept these terms.
待ってくれ。俺にはちっとも青崎がわからない。監視するって言うけど、なんでそんな話になってるんだ？ 考えられる範囲、悪いこととかしてないし、
Yeah, how you
そも
doing,
そも
Alex?
俺を見張っても得なことなんて一個もないし、青崎はいろいろ間違ってる。
He objects.
いや、それとも魔術師っていうのはみんな青
Yeah,
崎
they're all
みたいな。
crazy people. Arrogant and selfish were the words that that the harmless boy's gaze seemed to imply. Alko felt a headache coming on. Due to his innate easygoing persona, Sojiro had not thought to question that Alko being a mage was out of the ordinary.
だからあんたがそういう風に誰はばかることなく私たちのことを言いふらさないかを見張ってんじゃないこの
The
常識な
teeth are back. She flew out of her chair. She had been doing her best to keep her cool, but it seemed her well of patience had finally run dry. Witnessing her snap, Sojiro clapped his hands together.
そうか。青崎が俺を殺そうとしたのは魔術師であ
He
る。
didn't even realize that was the whole reason. So he was like, okay, he didn't realize that he was being targeted so they can preserve their secret, but rather for some other reason, I guess. Like she was like, oh, I just don't like you, I'm just gonna kill you or something. Wow. So only now he realized that. It's like, oh yeah, I guess this isn't normal. I guess that is kind of a thing people don't even know about.
うん、それならわかる。監視するのは青崎の秘密のことで、俺の命云々はおまけみたいなものか。
Wow, he's starting to figure it out.
そりゃ本質的に言えばそうだけど身も蓋もないわねその言い方。
けど、それはあまり意味がないんじゃないか。学校もあるし、バイトだってあるんだ。
True, what about school and work? Uh-oh. Looks like she didn't think about that. In an instant, his objectivity had her stumped, leaving her at a loss for words. He honestly had no idea what position he was in. To believe that he had any sort of freedom at this point was shocking, to say the least.
いや落ち着け私話が早くなってある意味助かるし。
She somehow managed to compose herself. As a matter of fact, she never had any intention of imprisoning him. Stripping him of his freedom and incarcerating him would go against their agreement anyway. Besides, if she was going to go for that, or that far, it would be easier to just kill him. To Alko, letting him live meant showing a modicum of respect to his way of life.
もしかしてこの部屋から出ちゃいけないのか
Oh, he
俺。
can't even explore the house for like loot? Uh-oh. A light bulb went on his head as he blurted out what he was thinking. It appeared he had finally gotten the grim message. Alko looked somewhat satisfied at his dismay.
大丈夫よ監禁生活なんて面倒なことだけはしないからあなたの自由はそれなりに考慮してありますそのあたりのさじ加減はアリスの手腕に任せて
Okay, maybe a bit more than this room. A gloomy look fell over his face as he found his concern growing by the second.
いいあなたの処遇はこの家に住むことを前提にした監視でそれも解決策が見つかるまでの
Okay,
期間
so
限
this is only a temporary arrangement because they still don't know what to do with this.
何でもいいから目撃者を殺すなんてことよりこっちの方がよっぽど穏便でしょだいたいこれは私とあなたとの約束なんだからいちいち文句言わないでよねただでさえアリスとの冷戦が続いてて頭痛いんだから
She sighed as she stared Sojiro down as he lay on the bed.
けど勘違いはしないでここじゃあんたの地位は最下層のさらに下番犬より下なんだからあんたの生殺与奪はあの夜から私が握ってるの
Lower than a dog.
あんたは私に所有されてるようなもんなのさこれで自分の立場分かった
As Alko finished her declaration, Sojiro subtly looked up at the ceiling so she would not notice his reaction. He meant no offense to her, but he had to hide the fact that he fundamentally disagreed with her analogy. In his opinion, it was disrespectful to both dogs and humans to call him lower than a dog. A more accurate analogy of their power dynamic would be that of a rabbit and a wild boar, hence why he chose not to voice his opinion. He's like, actually, this is the more accurate situation going on over here. Unlike his apartment, the ceiling here was decorated with ornate patterns. Putting aside how he would be treated here in terms of lodging, it was a definite upgrade. Maybe it would be not all that bad. He nodded slowly as if to persuade himself. And it's like step 2, bargaining. He's like, maybe it's not so bad. And then a clown nose appears on his face. Maybe we could make this work. Insert wig. Surely it won't be that bad. Makeup. This is what she had told him not 2 days ago.
あまり納得したくないけど、自分の立場は分かったよ。うん。確かにそんな約束だった。
Hey Scott, how you doing?
いろいろと言いたいことはあるけど、それは認めるしかない。だけど、君たちと一緒に住めっていうのは本気なのか？青崎は細かいことは気にしないとしても、さっきの子は嫌がりそうだし、俺だって少しは。
At that point, he zipped his lips. Aoko's eyes were tinged with bloodlust.
あら、しずきくんはご不満？
Oh, she's annoyed. Her contrived smile, so obviously forced, struck despair into his heart. Come to think of it, he vaguely recalled her warning to him to not make her repeat herself. Ooh. Very scary. Furthermore, as a practical matter, his life was now in the hands of Aoko. It would be unwise to anger her further, he told himself as if speaking to a third person.
いや、別に。だってそれ以外ないんだろ。
None, Aoko said with a firm nod of her head. He slumped his shoulders in surrender.
青崎の言い分は分かった。ただ、一応聞いておきたいんだけど、俺の人権はどこに行ってしまったんだ？
Very important question, I feel like.
バカね。そんな形のないものなんて初めからあるわけないでしょ。つまんないこと言わないでよ。
He reflected upon her answer, now feeling like his question was indeed stupid. He should have already known the answer before he asked.
ああ、だと思った。そんな気はしてたんだ。目が覚める。
Unfortunate. His muttering provoked a dubious stare from Aoko before she quickly retracted it. If she questioned every little thing he said, they would be there until sundown.
とにかく納得いったみたいね。じゃあ次、いよいよ本題。今に移動するわよ。説明しなくちゃいけないことが山ほどあるんだから。
Okay, change of scenery imminent.
で、一人で立てる？
さっきから手を動かしてたから血は巡ってる。歩くぐらいならいけそうだ。
なら問題ないわね。
With that, she turned her back and walked away from him. He had seen this bold form of hers many times before. Instantly, the memories flashed back to him like lightning.
そうだった。青崎はこういうやつだった。
Without knowing it, he cracked a smile. He was so lost that he did not know his left from his right, but recalling this alone was enough to calm him. The Aoko he knew was different from the one in the House of Mirrors. She was not that brooding girl he saw there. He felt a pang of nostalgia. The Aoko he knew was brisk in movement and unfaltering in gaze, just like this one. She was the same as when he first met her, moody, yet overflowing with confidence in her element.
ほら、急いだ急いだ。アリスがさっきから居間でお待ちかねよ。
She was already outside the door, standing in the chilly corridor.
寝たきりの辛さを知らないだろう、青崎は。
Grunting and groaning, he eventually got to his feet. His body, heavy and stiff while he was laying down, cried out in pain as he tried to stand and walk. Every step sent shooting pains through his bones. Despite this, he put on a calm face and made his way toward her. Typically, he was quick not to pay any mind to his life's little struggles, but these pains, he needed to force himself to consciously ignore them. In other words, he was displaying false bravado, an uncharacteristic reaction for someone who never suppressed their true feelings.
驚いた。あんた本当にタフね。
ありがとう。けど心は弱いんだ。
そう。参考までに心に留めておくわ。できるだけ優しく扱えるようにね。
Naturally, her voice was devoid of any true empathy. She turned away from the once more dejected Sojuro and began walking briskly down the corridor. Just then she stopped, feet snapped together as though something had popped into her head. And just as if she was remembering something she had forgotten in a completely trivial way.
それじゃあ行くわよ。ついてきて、宗十郎。
Whoa. Interesting. Was that a given name drop? I'm not sure if she's ever done that before, but okay. She gallantly turned back the way she was heading, the words sounding so natural as she spoke them. She did not see the look on his eyes as he heard her words. For though she worked in the arcane, the spell Alco had woven was apparent to everyone but her. After blinking his eyes as if blinded by something, he casually nodded and followed behind her. Whoa. The sheer size of the interior was daunting. The 3 floors of this mansion contained more rooms than his entire apartment building, except their size was excessive. Here the mansion's rooms seemed too numerous for so few inhabitants, its lavish carpeted halls cold and dreary. The guest room that he had been sleeping in was on the 2nd floor of the east wing. A staircase leading down to the 1st floor was at the end of the corridor, at the center of the mansion. Winter sunlight beamed through the windows, which only made the empty corridor appear even lonelier. Very classical OST. The center of the mansion was topped by a vaulted skylight overlooking the 1st floor. The staircase connecting the 1st and the 2nd floors lined its walls. Another staircase at the other end of the 2nd floor corridor presumably led to an attic, or storeroom of sorts on the 3rd floor. Paying no mind to his gawking, Alco descended the stairs with familiar steps. The foyer was a place of white and wood grain. Its hardwood floors shone brightly under the sunlight coming in from the ceiling, and the tall white walls were spotless and brawny. There was a staircase leading to the 2nd floor, and a long, unused fireplace. A neglected telephone sat on the table, opposite of a solemn grandfather clock. It was more like an old castle than a mansion. Alco shot Sojiro a callous stare, who stood captivated by the otherworldly scenery.
今はこっちよ。ぼさっとしない。
She grabbed the knob of the door next to the stairs. There were 4 doors to the foyer, and the easternmost, as you entered the house, led to the drawing room. The door on the opposite side of the foyer led to the mansion's west wing. To the south was the entrance. On the north side was one more door next to the fireplace. Tucked underneath the stairs, this door connected to a bathroom, unbeknownst to him. Due to the lack of windows, the 1st floor's corridors were not well lit. If the 2nd floor was a seldom attended infirmary, and the foyer a stairwell in some foreign castle, then the 1st floor corridor was a windowless labyrinth, not unlike the corridors of a hotel. Although it had not been long since he came to the city, even he could feel this place was out of the ordinary. Seeing as how he was going to be stuck here for the foreseeable future, he found it hard to get excited about living in a haunted house.
そこが今で、奥が厨房ね。簡単な料理ぐらいはできるようになってるから。今の隣にはサンルームがあるんだけど、ここが食卓の代わり。って、そんなの後でいっか。
Whoa, food later, Pog. She said, reaching for a door along the dim corridor. However, she paused before turning the knob. She flashed Sojiro a meaningful glance, which she quickly withdrew. Then, without further ado, she opened the door. Oh, the VHS is back. She said to Alice as she entered the drawing room. After hesitating for a moment, Sojiro entered after her. Compared to the corridor, the drawing room was unexpectedly modern. The carpeted floor, leather sofas, and a large 30-inch television were more than what he had come to expect in a normal home. Damn. Dude, so wait, this is like late 80s? 30 inches is pretty huge for that time. I mean, it's no flat screen, of course, but even then, like, to have a TV that size, oh my god. In this family-oriented room, a girl far removed from said setting sat quietly on the sofa. She sat on the sofa across from the girl in all black. This gave Sojiro two seating options. Next to Aoko, or next to Alice. Tough choices. You feel old, yeah. This game has a lot of retro nostalgia for sure. Dude, he looks like a bodyguard or something with his hands like that behind his back. After about 2 seconds of deliberation, he decided to stand by the wall as neither option appealed. He's like, I'm good. Aoko and Alice were facing each other across a coffee table. The clean, perfectly leveled table somehow added to the austere atmosphere.
当事者も認めたことだし、これで何の問題もないわね、アリス。
Alice gave one deep nod in response to her non-question. From his position against the wall, they looked as though they were clearing up some niggling grievance. He got the feeling that the two did not entirely see eye to eye concerning what to do with him.
そうね。原因も究明しないといけないし。
She cast a sideways look at Sojiro with those darkly shaded eyes of hers. Her voice shared the same cold indifference, making it abundantly clear that she had no intention of accepting him as a housemate.
けれど、あなたはそれでいいの？遊園地でのことを忘れてはいないでしょ？
Alice's voice was a mixture of judgment and scrutiny. She was aware that from an outsider's perspective, she and Aoko appeared dangerous. She wanted to know if Sojiro was up to the challenge of living with such people.
そりゃ夢だと思い込みたいけど、ちゃんと覚えてるし。
Above all else, it was the only way they would let him live. Alice responded apathically with a non-committal murmur. She silently placed a small object on the table with a clink. More bottles. Ooh. She pulled her pale fingers away from a small glass bottle. The glass, more pale blue than transparent, was enough to signify its high quality. With a crane-like motion, she removed the stopper. Time to do drugs! Even though this was the first time he had seen such a thing, something about it made him uneasy. Was it that it made him sad, or... Aoko's standoffish behavior only added to his concern. Alice once again fixed her eyes on him, who was bracing himself for the worst. The glint in her eyes was bewitching. With not a single emotion apparent on her face, she called his name.
Shizuki-kun?
Oh, first time getting addressed in any way, like directly. Oh. Okay, what's happening now? The moment he responded to her whispered call, his surroundings began to transform. The air grew thick, so thick it took on a color and shape. The density and discomfort that coiled around his skin made it seem like the air had become words. Opening his mouth to gasp for air, the words invaded his lungs. Instinctively, he covered his mouth with his right hand and clutched his chest with his left, both hands appearing clear as mud. Even the thickest of mountain fogs never seized his senses like this. If he had to come up with an analogy, No words could quite describe it, but it was like he was standing in the pages of a newspaper. The first sense to adjust to this new sensation was his hearing. Then his breathing stabilized, and the feeling of suffocation remained. There was nothing restraining him that he could see, but he felt an intense claustrophobia. Before he'd even felt shock at the sudden change, he reached out in an attempt to find an escape. But his outstretched hands found only emptiness. It seemed contradictory that a place with no walls and a wide view could feel so cramped. Spirited away in a dense fog, back in the mountains, such superstitions never seemed real to him until now. And then, he finally noticed, a surprise to beat all surprises, the drawing room had not changed into another world at all. He knew this for certain because he could still see the room he was just in through the fog, as well as the two girls, Aoko and Alice, watching him closely. It was simply a problem of perspective. The floor was dark and perfectly flat. Looking up there, the two of them stood. The two girls were like two impossibly gargantuan clouds, coldly looking down at him. Did he get bottled again? Is he like inside the bottle, like a tiny version? Remembering the structure of the room and the layout of the furniture, his unsurpassed candor finally grasped his predicament. The parade at the amusement park had nothing on this. Somehow he was inside the glass bottle that Alice produced only moments ago. Well, there you go, yeah. Marveling at Alice's wickedness, Aoko glanced at the small bottle on the table. Yeah, last time he was like, knocked out cold. She calmly mused. Alice, however, was not looking down at the bottle. Instead, her eyes were locked on Aoko. What a cruel way to teach someone about magecraft. Trapping them in a freaking small bottle, dude. It's like, here you go, enjoy. This is how it works. Bruh. Not even mad, she says. She did not take her eyes off the bottle as she spoke. Although she did her best to feign indifference toward Alice's magecraft, she could not completely hide her curiosity. My reaction to being thrown in a bottle, bruh. No, in reality, my reaction would be just screaming and crying, probably, because not only, am I scared of everything, I also have, among many of my phobias, I have a massive claustrophobia. So, yeah, I would just be crying and screaming, probably, until I pass out from, too much shock. The figure inside the bottle, likely having caught on to what was happening, tried various things like flailing its arms and sprinting around. The surface of the bottle was cloudy, so it was hard to make out exactly what was happening inside. You make the perfect Fate MC. Really though? I feel like most of the time they're kinda cool though. I feel like I would fail that department. I would be like a master who gets killed immediately for being incompetent. Oh yeah, the giantess fetish. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even think about that. He always shoehorns it in, right? Yeah, he always has to have it somewhere. True. Alice said calmly, finally dropping her gaze to the bottle. She said calmly, "Did you put your name in the goblet of fire, Harry?" Just then the figure inside stopped moving. It appeared only Alice had a connection to the world inside the bottle. If you'd have a servant you'd like in Holy Grail, what would be besides your girl, Jinako? I don't... For some reason... Like, I've answered this question like years ago as well, and I still think it's the same answer. I think a realistic cool servant would be Yagyu. He would be so cool, Like, you know, he would not even have to be in his spirit form. He would just walk around with like a cool suit or something, looking like the dapper Gramps. You would just walk with him and whatnot. And then when it comes to action, he just instantly shifts and he just pulls out his sword and is ready to fight. I think Yagyu would be such a cool servant to be paired with. Like, again, he's not even my favorite servant of all time. He's definitely up there. I love that dude, but I don't know. It would be so cool to have him as a servant in a Holy Grail War.
なんだ、術者にしか得点はないんだ。
Only the caster gets to have FUD? Wow, not on this stream, bitch. Absolutely not. Actually, you keep that in mind. Wait a minute, was that an actual question for something? Interesting. She sighed, losing interest. Ignoring Alco, Alice opened her mouth as if to speak to someone not altogether there.
どう？これでも一番無難だと思う。
The person she was talking to was none other than the one inside the bottle. She was, of course, referring to Sojiro's earlier comment. It was her way of testing the boy who implied that living in this mansion seemed safe.
いきなり小瓶に閉じ込めて聞き返すあたり、容赦ないというか。この子の洋館への執着も問題よね。
Sure, Burbo, whatever you say. Then again, considering Alco had invited this witness to a house of mirrors for a fight to the death, she was in no position to criticize. She would make sure Alice did not let her emotions get the best of her, but for now she was content to observe as a bystander. After a moment, Alice's expression changed. She must have gotten an answer to her question. Without any way to tell what the situation was inside the bottle, Alco had no idea what that answer was, however. Yo, Leon, how you doing? Only that Alice's face was the one she had made when the boy was talking to, said what she wanted to hear.
私が言えることでもないけど。
For an instant, she glanced at Alco. Slightly shaking her head, she reached for the small bottle.
本当、物好きね、しずきくんは。
She said his name with what seemed like a forlorn frown. Oh, is he coming back? As soon as she removed the stopper, the air in the room quivered. The boy who had been casting a shadow on the wall until a minute ago now leaned against it for support again. Alco turned around to face him right behind her, resting her elbow over the back of the sofa.
どう？気分は？
He's like, hey, you're back. How was it?
見ての通り、めちゃくちゃだ。
Damn, he's mad though. I mean, I'd be mad too. That's a pretty messed up prank. He answered with unusual hostility. Yeah, if the guy that's never, angry gets angry, then you know it was pretty mean. Alco was reminded of his strange behavior, as she was sure that he would be scared or shocked, not angry.
夢で似たようなものを見てなかったら、今頃心臓が止まってたところだ。そこはついてたと思う。
Yeah.
信じられないのは、なんでいちいち実践するかってことだ。魔術は怖いものなんだ。
Yeah, just tell him that, okay, there's this thing called magecraft. It's kind of scary. That's all you need to know. He would probably be like, you know what? I believe you. Thanks for letting me know. Also sneeze. First sneeze of the stream. There it is.
物騒で悪うございました。けど、言葉じゃなくてきちんと実感してもらいたかったのは本当よ。どう？魔術ってもんを甘く見てたでしょ、宗十郎。
As much as he hated to admit it, she was right. Though it was not that he had taken magecraft lightly, but merely that he couldn't understand it.
けど、実感云々言われても困る。これまでの青崎の無茶っぷりと、今のわけのわからなさはとても比べられない。
そりゃそうよ。アリスと比べないでよね。アリスの魔術は私たちの中でもデタラメで、もう言葉にできないぐらい最悪なんだって言ったでしょ。
失礼ね。人命を脅かすという点なら、青子の方がよっぽどひどいと思うけど。
Yo, I figured it out. This is why she's a foreigner in FGO. she's more of a threat to human life than Alice. And, you know, foreigners kind of notorious for having threat to humanity traits, right? Yeah, boy figured it out. Right there. Checkmate, atheists.
それよりあなた、本当に彼を殺す気はあったの？一体どんな追い詰め方をすれば、青崎なら多分安全なんて言葉が返ってくるのかしらね。
そんなのはあったに決まってるでしょ。
Oh, tsundere moment.
こいつがなんて言ったか知らないけど、絶対意味違うから。
Oh my god, it's so tsun, dude. Where can you play this? I'm playing it on Steam. You know, the PC platform.
こいつはね、そもそも何が危ないのかやけどするまで気づかない。
I think it's also available on the Switch and PlayStation 4, maybe? At least on the Switch, I'm pretty sure. I forgot about other consoles, but yeah, I'm playing it on PC via Steam.
っていうか、やけどしても、よし、死ななきゃ安いなんて
Oh,
本
it
気
is
で思っ
both
ちゃう。
PS4 and Switch, yeah.
ね、そうでしょ、宗十郎。
He's like, please confirm, please. Help me out here, I'm so tsun. He's like, what am I supposed to say? He had no idea why she was suddenly shouting, but he nodded anyway, just to be safe. The drawing room had become awfully noisy. Alice sat watching the two at a complete loss. Who other streamers would be funny to have in a Holy Grail, or maybe that you like? I don't know. From recent memory, you could include Otto and or Plushie. I guess Plushie's not really a streamer though, but you know, still a fairly big content creator. And so he accepted his supervised life in the mansion, and that he would be living under the same roof as two professional mages. Having experienced firsthand how dangerous that life could get, he was finally at peace with the situation.
まあそういうことなら。
Even if he did not seem to like it, he had thought it through in his own way and come to a clear resolution.
それじゃあ、やっと本題に入れるわね。監視するとは言ったけど、どうやって宗十郎を監視するのか。そもそも、あなたを監視する原因になった魔術とは何なのか。そのあたり、ざざっと説明させてもらうわ。
Okay, time for some Nasu lore. Perhaps he was brought up to listen closely to lectures about new information because he suddenly looked attentive. Alice, on the other hand, kept her mouth shut in silent defiance.
最初に言っておくと、あんたをここに住まわせる期限は決まってるから。要はその期限まで誰にも私たちのことを喋らず、また勝手に死ななければ晴れて自由の身ってこと。
Interesting.
ね、そうよね、アリス。
そうね。私たちを怒らせなければ、そういう可能性もあるわね。
よし、いきなり話が食い違ってる。
His head dropped like he knew what was coming.
ちょっと黙ってて、アリス。あとあんたも黙ってろ。
Oh, even colder tone. She scowled at the two of them, already at her wits' end.
話を続けるけど、秘密保持のためにあんたを住まわせる場合、二次災害はどうしても避けられない。同じ家にいる以上、余計に秘密を見せることになるからね。アリスはそれが嫌なんだろうけど。
Now that Alco mentioned it, he could see her point. With their target of observation under house arrest, the disclosure of more confidential information was inevitable.
ちょっと待ってくれ。堂々巡りじゃないか、それ。
Yeah, true. They should just lock him up in a hole somewhere.
大丈夫、問題ないわ。だって最後にはここで暮らした記憶ごと。
They're gonna wipe his memories at the end. Uh-oh.
忘れてもらう？
そう。公園での一件から丸ごと全部忘れてもらう。
Wow.
ルーンっていう魔術系統があるんだけどね。その中でサクッと記
Rune
憶を忘れさせるものがあ
Magecraft.
る。
Whoa.
非人道的であるのは変わらないけど、命を消す代わりに記憶を消すってことで妥協して。
Damn, dude.
青崎、それは。
悪いけど反論は却下。
Okay. No room for negotiation.
で、 肝心の忘却のルーンなんだけど、私もアリスも専門外だか
Oh
ら。
yeah, they don't know how to do that yet though. They have to first learn. Okay.
つまり、それが監視の期限ってわけ。
So that's why she said, you know, predetermined time, like, or rather, yeah, like they don't know how long it's gonna take, but until that happens, he's just gonna chill there, I guess.
私たちが忘却のルーンを見つけるまで、命を担保に口を閉じていてもらうわ。
But if he slips, he's dead.
アリスはそんなややこしいことはせずに、五感全部壊してしまおうなんて言ってるけど。しずきくん、リビングスタチューとか嫌でしょ？
Living statue. Wow. Jinako? Hey, it's Sleepy.
Cat sitting very comfortably around the campfire with its friends.
Yo, that DTS actually reads the whole thing. I think the witch always gave up halfway through if you wrote it like that. But hey, Sleepy, thank you for the 26 buds. And a welcome back to the Go Gang. Thank you so much. Hey, how's your Thursday going on? Well, Soljiro only understood about 80% of what Aoko had explained, and the last part about the living statue had gone straight over his head. He had tried his best to visualize what she was going on about, but the only thing he could conjure in his mind was an image of the mascot creature, Kitsy.
それは確かに嫌だな。
Yeah, that's a no thanks. Aoko agreed with the bewildered Soljiro, neither one the wiser to the other's misinterpretation.
とにかく、遅くても1ヶ月で忘却のルーンは見つけ出せるだろうし、1回きりの実行なら、プラス2ヶ月ぐらいでなんとかなるわ。
At most 2 months of living here? Wow. Still quite a bit.
それまであんたにはここで暮らしてもらうわけだけど、私たちについて無知のまま歩き回られると、命の保証は
Time
で
for
き
some
ない。
epic slice of life action, surely.
そっちもこっちの事情を知らないのは気持ち悪いだろうし。なんで、今から簡潔に。
This sounds... You could easily make like one of those light novel titles of this. Is like how I escaped death and was forced to live as a housemaid for 2 dangerous magician girls. Something like that. This could be like the start of a light novel story.
それで少しは私たちへの勘違いもなくなるだろうし。
Please no, yeah, I agree. Let's just keep it like this. Not that she thought this country bumpkin had any idea of, old or new anyway. The thought brought a smug grin to her lips.
洋館のことは後にして、まずは私たちの立場についてね。
Ooh, Mage Lord.
でも1から100まで理解する必要はないから。どうせ門外漢なんだし、漢字言ったことだけしっかり噛み締めておきなさい。
He nodded obediently to her professorial instructions. This was her way of telling him not to ask questions when he did not understand something. And though he had taken issue with her statement, he meekly obeyed, knowing better than to object now. Aoko nodded approvingly at his attentiveness and started her lecture. Her long lecture. I feel like that's gonna be a meta statement.
魔法使いの話からね。
Ooh. Let's go.
魔術と魔法の違いは、宗十郎には関わりのない話だからしないけど、それぞれ別種のものだと思ってくれればいいわ。
He doesn't get to know.
で、魔術師のことだけど、これは絶対条件として隠された存在で
Yeah, that's why we have this mess in the first place.
同業者に知られるのは仕方ないとしても、あなたみたいに関わりのない人間に知られるのは罪にあたる。ほとんど死罪クラスのね。なぜかっていうと、魔術ってのは隠されていないと力が薄れてしまうものだから。
It's like servant true names.
神秘の語源は閉ざすというギリシャ語だけど、魔術は限られた密技でなければ魔術でなくなってしまう。
Good old Nasu with his Greek mythology, you know, fetish as well.
文明にとって未知なる未開なるものは開かれていないからこそ恐怖に値するのと同じね。知られたら迫害されるから隠すじゃないの。未知で亡くなった魔術師というより魔術ね。明かされた魔術は力を弱めてしまう。だから隠匿するのよ。何より私たちの未来のために。
魔術の仕組みはよくわからないけど、とにかく自分だけの秘密でないと弱くなるってことか。じゃあ青崎も弱くなってるのか？俺が見ちゃったから。
いいえ、別に。ここからはちょっと込み入った話でね。
Okay.
弱くなるっていうのはあくまで全体。それも随分と未来の話。個人単汝陰徳すべしって不分律はこの大元の仕組みが形骸化していつの間にか絶対のルールになっているだけなの。文明社会の法律と一緒よ。犯罪不道徳を罰するのは人間的であろうとする意識の高さと、それとは全く別の全体の仕組みを守るための構造的な結論でしょ。犯罪が罰せられるのは野放しにしたらせっかく築いた社会がうまく機能しなくなるからで、私たちにとって犯罪にあたるのは神秘の一般化低俗化であって、不道徳とか殺人とかはまあそれぞれの良心次第ってことで。
Murders not crimes in the Magecraft world. Yeah.
そんなろくでもない連中にルールを敷いたのが魔術協会っていう集まり、組合みたいなものよ。
Hey, I think this might be the first time the full name Mages Association has been dropped in this so far. Maybe. I'm not sure, but yeah, there it is.
魔術を普及の神秘とせよというのは魔術を魔術として永続させるために敷いたルールに過ぎないわ。けどその原則は絶対でさ、これを破った者は魔術世界にもいられなくなる。いえ、実際問題として生きていくのが困難になる。私たちは私たちのまあ魔術師としての命、そういうのを守るために目撃者であるあんたを消さなくちゃいけなかった。
What was the rule? Magecraft must be, performed in secrecy or kept in secrecy.
そこ同情とかしなくていいから。私たちの事情を知ったぐらいで遊園地のことを帳消しにしないでよ。私たちは私たちの判断であんたを殺そうとしたんだから、誰彼のせいってわけじゃない。恨むならきちんと私を恨んでちょうだい。
Honestly, the Fight Club rule is actually very similar to the Mages stuff, yeah. Yeah.
ま、それはともかく、過去魔術師は職業として成り立ったぐらい社会に認知されていたけど、その魔術自体は墓まで持っていく秘密だった。それがどう歪んだかは知らないけど、現代ではその職業すら秘密にしなくてはならなくなった。そこまでしないと遠い未来魔術すら消費するだけのものに解体されると教会は恐れたのよ。
It's like, I'm sorry, we ran out of Magecraft. It is what it is.
自然界の仕組みもかつて天上の領域だった宇宙の運営すら私たちは人知で解き明かせるほどになった。
It always makes you think, like, is it a selfish thing from the Mages Association, or is it like a thing, for like the safety of humanity? Because you think, like, if they decided to instead, publicly make it known that, Magecraft is a thing, and then, kind of teach people about it so it becomes like a common thing, would that help the world or not? So it always makes me, it's always like, are they just selfish elitists that just want it for themselves? Or is it because they're keeping a secret so it doesn't cause the world to go all messed up? They're kind of selfish. Yeah, I'm honestly leaning more towards the selfish side rather than the moral side. I think that's more the reason than, a actual sense for, like, to be morally correct and whatnot. Yeah. Feel like Magecraft is a bad thing, the creator of Chaldea is proof it of. Yeah, this whole topic could be like its own whole thing, yeah. Damn.
人の手に余るもの、神秘という未知の領域にとって魔術が最後の砦になると 教会の設立者は信じたのかもしれない。それとも魔術なんてもう意味がないって達観したのかもね。
I guess even they themselves are not even sure, but this is how they're operating it.
そんなわけで魔術師はその正体を隠して各々の秘技を伝えていった。他人に教えるわけにはいかないから必然的にその伝承者は子孫になる。
So it's only like kept alive through, you know, family trees of known mages.
私もアリスもそうやって何代か続いた連中の末なのよ。さっき言った魔術協会っていうのはそんな細々と続いてる連中を束ねる一大組織。魔術師にとって司法の神ってところかしらね。協会もいろんな派閥に分かれるんだけど、大抵の魔術師はロンドンの魔術協会に属している。汝隠匿すべしっていう
Good old Hogwarts of Dasuverse.
の一つよ。
You want to pass command seals to a family member? How would that go? Probably the same. Can't you pass command seals to like anyone? I don't think. I doubt it's any different, even if you have like blood relations or not, right? You can just pass them as long as they have a crest. I assume they can, you know, get them, right? Or at least not crest, but circuits. That should be enough to receive command spells, right?
Gow. Gow.
32 months, Obeli. But just
Yeah,
passing
that's true,
by.
Dragon.
Goodbye, homies.
Yeah, he said that. Thank you for the 32 frickin' months. And a big welcome back to the Cow Gang, my dude. Cool of you to pass by as well. Thank you, thank you. Isn't that why Kirei has so many? Probably.
魔術師が一般人に秘密を漏らすと、教会から罰が下される仕組みになっている。そんな罰なんかなくても、自分と血族が伝えた魔術のために、目撃者は消さないといけないんだけど。
Does he just snatch them? Well, there's one thing that's kind of a spoiler for Holo Ataraxia, but kinda, yeah. So you're not too far off. Oh, what is this? Oh, did the TTS break? Or is it trying to process that message? I think it may have broke. I don't think you inserted any naughty words, but it maybe broke. Interesting. Well, rip. And that moment was the end of the first part of the lecture. Alka paused for a moment. He was doing his best to process the information.
次行くけど、いい？
いいけど、その前に確認したい。魔術師が正体を隠すのは自分のためじゃなく魔術のためだったけど、最近では自分の正体を隠すことの方が重要になっている。そしてその決まりを破ると教会というところからお咎めが来る。つまり青崎たちもその教会に入っているのか？
いいえ、私たちはフリーよ。一応教会とつながりはあるけどね。単純に教会は最大勢力ってだけ。連中は頼まれもしないのに魔術世界全体の秩序を守ってるの。だから私たちが何であれ彼らとの関わりがないにしても魔術師としての決まりを破ったら罰しに来るわ。
わかった。大体飲み込めた。
よしよし。そうやって自分に必要な部分だけ手に入れなさい。じゃ、次は魔術について。と言っても、私自身語れるほど学んでいないんだけどね。ごめん、こっちの話だから忘れて。さっきも言ったけど、現代において、魔術は無意味なものになりつつある。ライターのない大昔なら、火を起こせれば、それは魔術として成り立つわ。けど今は、何かと便利でしょ？あなたならよくわかると思うけど。
He nodded with a glum look on his face. He had been made painfully aware of such conveniences. Difficult tasks that would occupy an entire day of work in the mountains could be performed easily here. For him, having been brought up in the mountains without electricity or running water, city life was by definition magic. He only wished it would not be such back-breaking work to adapt to said conveniences.
でも道具を使わずに火を起こせるのは神様の仕事だと思うけど。
Whoa.
そのために積み重ねた手間は火炎放射器を手に入れるより面倒だとしても
He wasn't sure how to answer her. It would have been easy for him to ask her how much accumulated effort she thought it had taken for humans to imitate those gods, but he knew it would come across as an insult.
さっきのを見る限り魔術ってのは何でもできると思ったけど、それは誤解なのか。
He glanced at the glass bottle on the table. Mentally, he sighed in relief. He still had to come to terms with the fact that he had been trapped inside that tiny thing. However,
あら、それこそ誤解よ。万能じゃなければ誰が魔術なんて
she's
学
like,
ぶと思ってる
actually, you can do anything, basically. She puffed out her chest as she chided him.
手間暇かかるけど魔術にできないことはないわ。
Hey Beetle, how you doing?
中にはできていないけどできているように見せるみたいな何らかのイカサマはあるけどね。この世界に生まれた以上その許容範囲でできないことなんてないの。そこで魔法が出てくるんだけど、それはまた改めて。
Terms. There it is, true magic.
私が言いたかったのは魔術は奇跡を起こしているのではなくてその過程が奇跡だってこと。結果が奇跡になるのは魔法の方なの。
There you go. The big ones.
偉大な魔術師っていうのは個人の魔術だけで旅客機飛ばしたりする人のこと。対して偉大な魔法使いっていうのは今不可能なことを可能にする人のことよ。そういった意味じゃ私たちは最後の魔法使いにな
I'm
るかもしれない
surprised she hasn't talked about the root yet.
脱線してるわよ、青子。
Alice had been quietly listening in until she muttered her rebuke, as if Aoko had crossed a line.
そこまで教える必要はないでしょう。
Too much information, okay.
しずきくんに教えるべきことは私たちと暮らす上で危険になること
Yeah,
だ
the
けじゃない
practical stuff. For a non-mage.
悪かったわ。ちょい口滑らせた。ともかく魔術師っていうのは暇さえあれば魔術の実験をしてる連中で自分の家系が伝えてきた秘技を守るためなら鬼でも悪魔にでもなる。必然そのアジト工房って言うんだけど工房も魔術的な機構が積み重なって要塞みたいになっちゃうのよ。秘技を守るために入ってきた相手を問答無用で叩きのめす仕掛けとか。この洋館もそういった工房と同じなの。
Oh, he's like booby trapped. Oh.
不用心に歩き回ってさっきみたいなことになったら私でも助けてあげられないから暗闇には気をつけなさい。気がついたら鏡の中にいるとか本気であるから。
Damn. He so hoped they would provide him with a general idea of what to watch out for, but he passed, knowing that he was unlikely to get a straight answer.
枝葉から入っちゃったけど要は私たちのプライベートに関わるなってこと。
I mean, that would probably be a more pleasant trap, Scott.
いくら最後には記憶を消すって言ってもそれを見られた段階で消すしかないものもあるから。
なるほど。この中にもルールがあることはよくわかった。他に注意すべきことは。
His eyes wandered as he trailed off mid-sentence, pondering. He understood that the mansion was more dangerous than outside, and that magecraft needed to stay secret. But the explanation seemed to contradict his current problem. For starters, how had he managed to witness something that they took such pains to keep hidden?
すまない。話の腰を折るんだけど、いいかな。
And the whole reason this mess even started was him witnessing them.
魔術師は教会という組織で結ばれてるんだろ。なら どうして青崎はあんな人形に襲われたんだ？
Also that.
あれの持ち主が魔術師なら、君たちは味方同士で争っていることになる。
Yeah, surely all mages are the best of friends and allies and they only strive for like common goals.
それは最後にしようと思ってたのよ。
Wow. Stole her thunder. Rip.
普通はここまでの話だけで眉唾者っていうか笑い飛ばすっていうか、いくら経験済みだからって魔術なんてもんをあっさり受け入れるなんてできないっていうか。
Aoko scratched her head as though troubled by how Sojiro could take every word at face value. Across from her, Alice's face betrayed no expression, but she shared the same opinion.
おかしいのかそれ？
おかしいわよ。そもそもあんたは第一ステップから変だ。
Damn, that's kind of toxic though.
普通は驚いたり怖がったり無視したりするものなのに、どうして魔法使いだなんて言った私を信じたの？
In retrospect, this question should have been posed at the House of Mirrors. Back then, though he was surprised by seeing the phenomenon of magecraft for the first time, he showed no surprise of discomfort toward her, the mage wielding it. Feeling the probing stares of the two girls, no, the two mages, made him feel uneasy. From where he was standing, their suspicion was sus in and of itself.
なんでも何もない。青崎、山ではね、あるものはあるのが当たり前なんだよ。理由をつけられるだけの知識がなかったからにしても、実際に見たものを信じないなんてことはないんだ。
Mages not existing would be boring as shit. Yeah, at least in this case.
それに君も言ったろ。あなたにとっては魔法もライターも同じものなんだろうって。
Though they weren't really the same to him anymore, he added quietly before shutting up. What he said about those innocent days in the mountains had come from the heart. And the words resonated with not only Aoko but also Alice. It was something everyone should have, principles to stand by. Indeed, to this boy, those words were an unshakable truth.
あるものはあるか。
She was impressed, if only slightly. If this boy, no matter how much of an outlier he was, could accept the things around him, he would be able to get through this just fine.
そうね。宗十郎はそうなのよね。簡単に信じてもらえることが信じられないなんて。
Wow.
私たちの方がどうかしてたわ。
Fairly calm reaction and understanding. That's a first. Much like when she met Sojiro for the first time, in that classroom on his first day, he took everything that was happening in his stride. The memory brought a bitter smile to Aoko's face. Memories. Damn, they've been chatting for a while.
じゃ、気を取り直してっと。宗十郎の疑問だけどね。魔術師もいろいろあって、教会に属していない連中もいるの。こういった連中は教会の目を盗んでやりたい放題で、利益目的で他の魔術師に喧嘩を。
Fight for personal gain.
あの人形の持ち主もその類。
That's society for you.
そんな連中にとって、私たちは都合のいい格好のカモなのよ。
I like the localization to jerkwad. You jerkwad.
私たちは教会と協定関係にあるだけで門下ってわけじゃないから。私たちが殺されたところで教会は助けてくれないしね。
でも魔術師が魔術を使うのは禁じてるんだろ？
それが公にならないのなら教会は目をつむるわ。
They're like, you know what? As long as you don't do it in public, who cares? Just go nuts, enjoy.
むしろバレなければ魔術師同士の争いを奨励してるぐらいよ。技術も使わないと錆びるってね。
Wow. Now I'm just picturing all these cage fights where there's betting money, like fight, fight, fight.
ま、私たちが襲われてるのはそれとは別の話で、単に土地を持ってるからなんだけど。
Okay.
土地ってこの家？
まさか。この三崎市一帯の管理地の権利を持ってるのよ。 私とアリスは。
Wow. They administer the whole region. Wow. Hey, Gundo. You love Fight Club? I love Fight Club. It's a great movie.
つまり
I think everyone should watch Fight Club. It's great. Dazzled, he looked away. He was sure he could see a halo of light around Aoko. Is that a new expression? I think that might be. Look at his face. He's like, Uh-oh. I'm not calling you Gander. I said Gando. Gando. Because, you know, it's funny to add more vowels to someone's name. Because it sounds cuter. If you've seen Kaiju Number 8, there's a Pico Joseph, a lady in my life. I'm not watching that show, but I do know of it though. I don't know, maybe eventually I'll watch it if it's good. But it's not on my watching list for this season. He had only been renting an apartment for 2 weeks, but he was already aware of how magnificent the prospect of owning land in the city might be.
Oh.
Oh. That reaction though. Let's hear that again. Me when I see nice blonde drill-haired Ojo-samas.
Oh.
The word he was trying to articulate was rich. He shook all over with an emotion he did not fully grasp.
悪いけど、そういうんじゃないから。私たちで土地って言ったら、魔術師としての霊地の所有権、支配権のことを言うの。うちはマイナーだけど、古くからこの辺りに根を下ろしてた魔術師で、三崎町もうちの管理下ってわけ。
So I forgot again. Which of the families kind of oversees Fuyuki, or is it like all of them? You know, Mato, Tosaka, and Einsburns. Is it all of them? It's been a while. Oh, is it Tosaka officially? Oh wow. Fancy that. Big boots for Rin.
霊的な力が歪んで集まりやすい土地のこと。そういう土地は昔から貴重で、魔術の実践、実験には不可欠でもある。成功への絶対条件は、優れた霊地、堅固な工房、多くの弟子たちってね。
Gotta adjust to those ley lines.
魔術師たちにとって、土地付き館付きの住家を持つのは、一つの野望なんだから。
He let her continue while wondering exactly who these two girls were to have achieved both ambitions already.
でも、その管理地は大部分が教会に仕切られてて、もう余っている土地はないの。はぐれ魔術師や土地のない魔術師は、教会に毎月寄付金を納めて土地を借りるしかない。ま、手よく教会のお偉いさんたちに尽くす働き蜂ってところね。でも、ここの土地は何百年も前から青崎のものだから、教会とは関係がないの。ここまで言えばわかるでしょ？そういったフリーの連中からすれば、私たちの管理地はこの上ないごちそうなんだって。
Must be nice for her. He nodded to himself, unsure whether to call the conversation mundane or outright disturbing.
よくわかった。青崎たちは土地の奪い合いをしているんだな。
そういうこと。ただ、岬の管理地はマイナーのさらにマイナーだから、やってくる挑戦者
Yeah, no one cares about the region though. They're like, not worth the trouble.
今回の敵だって、どっかの三流魔術師が、ここなら楽に奪えると思ってやってきたんだろうし。ま、それもあんたの乱入で休戦してるんだけど。
管理地の話はそれで十分よ、青子。しずきくんも他に魔術師がいると分かってくれたようだし。
Yeah.
危険があるとすれば、私たちの戦いに彼が巻き込まれる可能性だけど。
それは大丈夫でしょ。だってこいつ魔力のかけらもないじゃない。魔力感知には引っかからないし、番犬以下の人間は戦力って言わないから。
Come on, you don't have to do him dirty like that.
私たちはただ 忘却のルーンを見つけるまでこいつを逃がさなければいいだけでしょ。
Alice silently stared her partner down. Their ideas of involving Sojiro differed greatly in both gravity and risk. Aoko's lack of experience had led her to believe that Sojiro would not get directly involved in any fighting. It was an honest and rational thought. She despised wasted action, so it was natural for her to expect the same frugality from her enemies. However, there were those in this world who could not tell right from wrong until it was too late.
先のことは誰にもわからないから。その時になって後悔がなければいいけれど。
With a gloomy sigh, Alice came to her feet.
ちょっと何のために長話したと思ってるのよ。一番重要なあんたの意見聞いてないんですけど。
あなたがあなたの方針を守るというのならそれでいいわ。私も好きにするだけよ。
Alice glided soundlessly to the door. As the girl in black opened it, she paused, barely lit by the dim corridor. Then, without warning, damn, the bottle just popped. To the rhythm of her footsteps, the small glass bottle floated into the air and shattered without mercy. Damn, rip, nice looking bottle though.
あの時こうしておけばよかった。
Oh, she's still mad, dude. Her sharp tone made Sojiro's face go pale. Alice's voice was so quiet, it was hard to tell if she was being serious or mocking him.
私も言い忘れていたけど。
She icily eyed them before turning away, and in a voice even colder than her gaze, stated,
まだ認めていないから。
Oh, she made it clear that she doesn't like it. Oh. I'm thinking she might try and kill him at some point anyway. Yeah. Wouldn't be too surprised. Hey, second, how you doing? Nice to see you today as well. So far, pretty good here, on my end at least. Her frigid departure seemed to forebode the many difficulties that lay ahead. It's gonna be an interesting 2 months for them.
たく、往生際が悪い。
Alko leaned back on the sofa while hurling abusive epithets. Her face looked even more irritated than usual.
見逃すのとここに住まわせるのは別問
Ooh,
題。
another sneeze coming. I feel it.
それ以外にどんな方法があるってのよ。
Or not. Oh wow. Is it really not happening? Oh wow, that was crazy. It was like 99% there. Okay.
譲る気もなさそうだし。
Wow.
この分じゃ実力行使に出るかもね、あの子。
Just got home. Nice, nice. Soljiro threw a wary glance at Aoko while she grumbled. He wondered what Alice's show of defiance meant, shattering the glass bottle like she did.
宗十郎には記憶をなくしてもらうってことで話はつけたけど。
Starts hurting when you draw the disease of his doubts. It's not really like hurting, but it's just annoying. Like you feel like it's right there, but then it's like, never mind. And I'm sure it's gonna come back later also, but yeah. Oh well.
アリスにしちゃ珍しく他人を意識してたけど、やっぱりここに住まわせるとなると難しいみたい。寝てる分には良かったけど、起きてるあんたを見たらこう、えも言わぬ刺激心を刺激されたとかさ。気をつけてね、宗十郎。あの子、あんたを殺しに来る
Yeah,
かも
that's
しれ
what
ない
I was saying too. Okay. If anything, Aoko's warning was an indication that persuading Alice had hit a dead end.
なんか状況はあの夜からあまり変わってないようだね、青崎。
When you sneeze, your arm hurts by the armpit? What? That is probably not normal. Very interesting. Okay. She shot him an unconcerned look in reply.
そうじゃないぞ。青崎の次はあの子がやる気満々じゃないか。さっきみたいな目にあったら逃げることもでき
He's
ない。
aware.
こういうの生殺しって言うんじゃないか。
そうならないように努力するのね。アリスの理由は遊園地の時ほど切迫したものじゃないから、そのうち諦めてくれるとは思うんだけど。
青崎の時とは違うアリスの理由？
ええ。遊園地の時は秘密厳守のためだったけど、それは一応解決してる。あんたが底抜けに
She
律儀な
wants
や
him
つだ
dead
って
for a different
アリスだっ
reason
ても
now?
う分かってる
Well,
し。
that's odd.
なんで秘密厳守云々であそこまで反対する理由はないの。あの子は単にね、ここに住んでほしく
Just
ないだ
wants
け
him
な
out
の。
of the house?
それだけで
Surely,
アリ
okay.
スは
She said so matter-of-factly, her eyes cold and serious. Sojiro had hoped for a trace of deceit or exaggeration, but alas...
確かにあの子はそんな素振りだったけど、変だね。それならもっと他の手段を取ればいいのに。
Perhaps feeling guilty about putting Alice out, he looked uncharacteristically concerned. Alka immediately knew what his words really meant.
例えば記憶を消す魔術が見つかるまでさっきの小瓶の中に閉じ込めておくとか。
I mean, they could do that if they wanted to, right? The apathy in her voice until now was gone. Sojiro answered with a simple nod. In truth, it was undoubtedly the easiest solution for all parties concerned. However...
宗十郎、私約束は破らないの。覚えておいて。
She hated taking the easy way out, and that quiet fury was clear in her soft words. As for where that fury was directed, he was acutely aware. The pain in his chest made him regret making her say those words.
すまない。考えが足りなかった。
His sudden apology caused her usual sullen expression to return. She had not appreciated how angry she was, let alone the reason for it. To her, his apology had come out of nowhere.
あんたって本当わかんないわね。なんでそこで謝るのよ。
She stared at him, unblinking.
あれ？そうだな。自分でもよくわからない。多分そういう気分になったからだろう。
Even in saying he was not sure, he had answered honestly. Aoko was at a loss for words.
ただ青崎の言いたいことは分かった。約束を守るっていうことは結果じゃなく家庭を守るってことなんだな。
He shot her a brazenly honest smile. That smiling face, filled with blissful ignorance or ignorance, almost made her smile back instinctively.
当たり前じゃない。オチだけ合ってればいいなんて恥ずかしくてできないでしょ。
Two moments. She attempted to cover her embarrassment with a quick retort. Though unintentional, having her true feelings exposed like that made her a little uncomfortable. Finding offense in something that was second nature to her, being made to feel uncomfortable was not. Though far from being unhappy at the remark, she turned away from its speaker. To disguise her perceived shame, she started up the conversation again.
あなたを見逃すって言うなら気持ちの問題じゃなくて、ちゃんと状況もそうなるようにするのは当たり前なの。宗十郎をここに住まわせることがあの約束を守ることになるんなら、厄介なアリスだって言い伏せるわよ。
Wow, the lengths she will go, huh?
脅かすだけならまだしも、ずっと瓶漬けなんてさせられるわけないでしょ。
そっか。青崎があの子を説得しない素振りなのは、もうできるだけの説得
Where
を
was
した。
that line from, Daryl? I should know, right? That's so familiar, but I'm blanking hard. My brain is so fried. That is such a familiar line.
それで彼女とは冷戦中なんだ。
Oh, my phone keeps going off.
別にあんたのためじゃないわ。私は私のために約束を守ってるだけだし。お察しの通り、私のやるべきことはもう終わってるし、あとはそっちが努力する番だから勝手にすれば。
Huh? He replied, tilting his head.
あのね、いい？同居案を何とか認めさせることができるのは私だけだから、 2日間ぶっ通しでアリスを言い伏せもした。
Is it in a meme? Is it? Well, it's from something though, right?
私、ここから先はノータッチだから。しばらくはアリスから守ってあげるけど、その間にあの子にあんたを認めさせることはあんたにしかできないんだからね、宗十郎。
Damn, he has to pass some really hard speech checks in the coming days and weeks to not get immediately killed. Hopefully he invested hard into his charisma stat.
なんと
He had not expected that at all. Uh-oh. Alice Kuonji. The girl in black who kept everyone at arm's length. If Aoko was a modern-day mage in hiding, then she was a bona fide witch from the Middle Ages.
青崎、君自分がどれだけ難しいことを言ってるか分かってるか？
Good luck, have fun, dude.
そうね。私もこの件に関してだけは同情するわ。
Aoko stood up from the sofa. This was the end of the discussion, at least for now.
私たちがどんな人間かはおおよそ分かったでしょ。魔術に関してはこれ以上立ち入らない方があんたのためだから。説明はここまでね。
Gao.
Hey, it's Demi.
Hello there, Lil Myst and chat. Love.
Hey, how you doing? And thank you so much for the 23 bucks. Another year 2-year sub. Goddamn. Hey, thank you so much. Whoa.
で、肝心の今後の方針だけど、3ヶ月間ここで暮らす。
Oh, it's now living for 3 months. I thought at most it was gonna take like 2 months or something, but okay. Sure, dude.
当初の目標というより最初の試練は、なんとかアリスに同居人として認めてもらうこと。
Easier said than done.
試練って言った。今そういう類のことを言った。
ごまかしてもいいことないでしょ、この手のことは。
Yeah, she knows it's gonna be hard.
うまくいかなきゃ粉々なわけだし。
Yeah. Careful with your words, bro. With her cold-blooded remark, she started walking toward the door.
あ、そうそう。宗十郎の部屋だけど、3階に用意しといたから。2階のホールの裏側に階段があるから使って。ここは寮ってわけでもないし。
Yo, he could explore. Nice.
ただし、西館にだけは入らないようにね。東館は私が借りてるから比較的安全だけど、それでも歩き回らない方が無難だわ。
West Wing equals bad, huh? Surely not because of Alice.
基本安全なのはあんたの部屋とここだけよ。
中の
So this is a safe room? Dude, he can watch all the VHS tapes ever. Sounds like a freaking blast. I loved that shit as a kid. That's all I ever did. Well, not only, but a lot of it. I hope they have Disney movies or other goodies. Although back then, I'm not sure if many even exist. Hopefully something else that's entertaining at least. He desperately called out to her as she began to leave the drawing room. She could not help but pity. Huh? Oh, I think that's another typo. I think it's meant to be but instead of by. She could not help but pity him.
せめてほら、案内とか。
面倒なんでパス。おのぼりさんを案内するなんて2回もやれば十分よ。
He's like, you know what? I'm done with you for now. Goodbye.
起きたばっかりだし、とりあえず今日は部屋で休んだら。朝になったら学校まで案内してあげるから。
Wait, they're gonna let him go to school? Wait, really? Oh shit.
もっとも、私もそう
So wait, how can they make sure that he doesn't immediately talk to people though? If that's the case?
1週間以内にアリスと仲良くなるなり、弱みを握るなりしないと、まあ、あれよね。
Wow. With barely a wave of goodbye, the student council tyrant walked out. And my guy was left hanging. He unconsciously clenched the hand he had raised. Left all alone, he was at a complete loss. Time to check out the VHS stash. Then, as if to encourage him... Oh. Burb. Hey, it's Burbo. With the sound of lightly fluttering wings, a blue robin appeared out of nowhere. The tiny chubby bird innocently looked Sojiro up and down. The blue robin, a bird said to bring happiness according to folklore, flapped its little wings as if to cheer him on. Then, with a flutter, it mercilessly flicked off the lights. And what a useful verb. So dark. Leaving him alone in the drawing room, Alko returned to her bedroom. She closed the door to her room, and as soon as she sat on the bed, she was overcome by an unexpected wave of exhaustion. Sojiro had no way of knowing, but she had been preparing for war. In the event that Alice impulsively pulled out a ploy, Alko had to be ready to react in an instant. Damn, she's really willing to go all the way to protect him now. She sighed heavily, but not from the fatigue she felt at fighting with Alice.
ちょっと突っぱねすぎたか?
She frowned a dejected frown. What weighed on her mind was not Alice.
でも甘くするのはあいつのためにならないし。基本おとなしくしてもらった方がいいわけだし。
It would be trouble if he wandered around like he owned the place after all. The safest thing for him would be if he holed up in his room, too scared out of his wits to leave it.
青崎は味方だなんて勘違いされても困るしね。アリス同様、人手なし扱いされた方が楽だわ。
She nodded to herself, agreeing with her take on the situation. For the most part, it was a sound plan. If there was a problem, it would be this.
すまない青崎。一つ聞きたいことがあるんだが。
Oh, the guitars are back. The absolute beautiful Stratocaster. What a classic model. Not 10 minutes had passed since leaving him in the drawing room. For him to shirk off what she said and visit her room so fast, it was like he had no sense of danger at all. He's about to get blasted immediately.
実は外に出たいんだ。
Oh. Of course he would ask to leave the house. Alko lacked the energy for a sarcastic barb.
洋館の中は歩き回らないし、用を済ませたらきちんと戻ってくる。ただ、門限とかあったら聞いておこうと思って。
でも、アルバイトには行くのよね。
How did you know? He exclaimed in surprise. When it was Alko who desired to display her shock to him.
まあいいわ。基本、午後10時まで。その時間には必ず屋敷にいること。その後は夜勤に出かけるなり、庭でバーベキューする。
Damn, he actually has way more freedom than I thought he was gonna have.
それと、玄関に鍵はかかってないから。
気のせいじゃなければだけど。青崎、すごく怒ってないか？
He's aware.
あんた相手に気を使った自分に呆れ果ててるだけよ。
Wow.
外に出るのはいいけど、その前にこの錠剤飲んで。
Yo, drugs. He took the purple pill from her outstretched hand and dubiously put it in his mouth. He told himself it must have been some kind of medicine. Or the best party ever.
それじゃあ行ってくる。いろいろありがとう、青崎。
あっそ。今度は窓から出ていかないでよね。
Don't leave through the window this time. Yeah, that's gonna be like, you know, burned into her brain forever now. Rent free. He laughed himself all the way to the foyer, unsure of what exactly he had found funny. Alko watched him go, both indifferent and amazed all at once.
ま、予定が半日早まっただけか。あの薬を飲ませるの、明日の朝にしてあげようと思ったの。
Uh-oh, early drugs. Interesting. She huffed, ruffling her hair in exasperation and returning to her room. Discerning what made Sojiro tick was a waste of brain matter. In all likeliness, he was more concerned about missing 2 days of work than his own well-being after being bedridden for 2 days. He's like, oh shit, I was gone for 2 days, I nearly died, I learned about this mage stuff, I can't talk to anyone, I'm about to get killed again. You know what? I gotta get back to work, dude. Priorities. Okay. There he goes. Outside. Gotta get those hours in. Punch in that clock. With the day's work behind him, he returned to the mansion. Oh, he's coming back now. Okay, so a bit of a time skip again.
よし。どこを探しても、2階のホールから上がれる階段はここだけだ。
Making observations. It was just before midnight. This was the scene that awaited him beyond the rickety staircase. Whoa. Look at those stars. Not much surprised him, or rather being surprised had become normal to him. This scene, however, was enough to leave him speechless. The room allotted to him, no matter how he looked at it, no matter how he ran it through his mind, was without a shadow of a doubt an attic. Wow, so he lives in the attic, huh? Dude, that looks so much like the attic of our garage back home. Because it's the same slanted triangle-shaped roof. And then also there's one of these square windows at the end where you can see outside. And we used to go up there when we were kids and play like board games and shit with our neighbors. Like the other kids. This is giving me awfully a lot of nostalgia actually. It's so similar to the attic in of our garage. It's crazy. Wow. Yeah, it's also very Persona-ish, yes. The Jack simulator, of course. This treatment stirred a tinge of an anxiety in him. Just as he was about to flop onto the taut sheets of his bed, wondering if he could make this work despite his share of other problems, he noticed an awkward courtesy, so meager as to be useless. Oh dude, it's fat material.
寒かったら重ねて使うこと。これはサービスとする。
Okay, what is that? Like a hand warmer or something? The message in the memo pointed to the meticulous personality of the author. The bed had been perfectly prepared. Carefully setting aside the blanket that had been painstakingly placed on the edge of the bed for him in case he needed it, he looked up at the sky. Oh, it's the bonus blanket itself. Okay, I just now noticed it's the whole thing under the note. Okay. Though faint, the stars twinkled through the skylight. For a mountain boy, that meager light was more than enough for him. The stark contrast with the drawing room had caught him off guard, but now that he had collected himself, it was not so bad. The room fit his personality. Even if he still was not used to the building, he felt more at ease here than he did in any building in the city. Perhaps because it was built on a hill, surrounded by woods. The atmosphere here was a little closer to the mountains where he used to live.
でも、家の中に霧が出るのはどうなんだろう。
Sus? He crooked his neck, pondering over the spectacle he had witnessed. On the way to his room, he had encountered what looked like fog in the foyer of the second floor. The misty fog drifted into a portion of the corridor, reminding him of a swarm of mosquitoes. That looks fucking kind of creepy, honestly. Ooh, it's looking kind of gross too. So is that like Alice saying like, get the fuck out of my space? Bro, it's kind of sketch. Oh, it's moving or something. As he stared at it, he swore he could make out a strange landscape as he moved closer to get a better look. Again, out of nowhere, here inside of the mansion, a little blue bird darted purposefully in front of him.
鳥?
The bird caught his attention, stopping him in his tracks. When he looked on to check on the fog again, the strange scene had disappeared. Sus?
この家、隙間でもあるのかな。明日青崎に聞いてみるか。
He muttered to himself as he sat on the bed. Meager as it was, the starlight peeping in through the skylight calmed him.
これなら。
Exhaling slowly, he laid down. For the time being, he had the essentials needed to live, and his bed was many times softer than it appeared. Thinking his worries seemed smaller than they were, he quickly drifted off to sleep. Well, still alive. That was the story of from when he opened his eyes to when he fell asleep. Just like that, the short night following the long night was over. For one thing was true. He was an optimist to a fault, but it wasn't the end of the world. Well, some parting words. Now, let us rewind 5 hours prior to this glutton for punishment going to bed. Oh, this is about the part-time job or something? Oh, dinner time. Oh, shit. I forgot. They were talking about it earlier briefly. Okay. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, just after the unproductive discussion between the two mages and the boy had ended. Leaving her roommate and the intruder in the drawing room, the girl walked alone through the foyer. From there, she headed to the west wing. These were Alice's personal chambers, in which even her roommate Aoko seldom dared to step foot. The foyer was illuminated only by pale moonlight. Hard footsteps echoed through the dreary moonlit lobby. In such mansions in Japan, there was no custom for removing shoes at the door. Hence, Alice crossed the foyer in her boots. She only removed them when she relaxed in her bedroom. Suddenly, she remembered something from her childhood. She used to enjoy the feeling of the cold hardwood floor on her bare feet and would walk around the foyer on particularly sunny days. After her father affectionately scolded her for it, she never did it again.
そうだったわね。青子は結局守らなかった。
She let out a quiet sigh. Alice's new roommate, whom she took on after coming to Japan, would not comply with her instructions.
落ち着かないものはしょうがない。
Alko would say, changing into her slippers. She might have found it natural to do so given that she lived in a typical Japanese house through middle school, but every time Alice heard her flip-flopping through the foyer, she wanted to cancel their cohabitation. Well, by now Alice was not particularly bothered by it anymore. So it's like, she was like, well, if I can't do it, then you can't do it. Fuck you. Well, kind of petty, but okay, fair. Human adaptability was remarkable at times and ungracious at others. The emotional attachments of the past had proved far too brittle under the weight of reality. A little blue bird was perched on the banister. Its tiny chirping made Alice stop and look its way.
今夜は放っておくわ。
Fuck the phone, dude.
今は青子の問題よ。
The lack of feeling in her voice made the bird tilt its head as it sang. It trilled as though questioning its master's uncharacteristic leniency.
約束は約束よ。今夜ぐらいは多めに見ないと。
That was in game. No, that's just my phone going off. It was like the third time already.
青子と彼はそれだけの活躍をしたのだし。
She said to the bird, her voice betraying her discontent. If you win, I'll let you go. She would keep that promise in spite of the unquenchable desire to fight that burned in her chest.
でもその後の処遇は別の話。条件付きのゲームに勝ったぐらいで、いつまでも得意げでいられるのは心外だわ。
Damn. Perhaps it was the perfectionism born of fastidiousness, but despite her prim demeanor, Alice was a sore loser. It did not matter to her whose magecraft was superior. Losing the game had proven hard to move on from. The little bird fluttered its wings in agreement. Drinking in Alice's contempt, it was itching to dive-bomb the invader. It looked like a soldier saluting a superior officer as it preened itself. The bluebird turned to face his master. Its light-hearted tweeting seemed to display a desire to deal with Sojiro first thing in the morning.
そうね。理由さえできたのなら、瓶なり本なりに入ってもらいましょう。
God damn, she's already got some evil ideas. Except her words lacked any bite. On the face of it, they were the chilling kind one might come to expect from a witch's lips, but then again so tame as to remind you of a certain robin's flapping.
しばらくの話よ。けど、それも一時だけ。私の我慢も長くは続かないし。だいたい、青子も人にかまけていられる立場じゃないわ。5日もすれば思い知るでしょう。そうすれば。
5 days suddenly? Well, shit, dude. He's got convincing to do. When that time came, expelling him would be simple. Alice was well aware her roommate was a pragmatist with no vision. The situation she'd created would not allow her to wait around. She could only afford to protect that boy for 3 or 4 days at most. Beyond that, Alice sensed Alco would crack and say something like, "You take care of this, Alice."
それまで待つか。あるいは、私の我慢が効かなくなるか。どちらにしても。
She doesn't know how close they've already gotten, though, in Bond, because of the amusement park stuffs and whatnot. So I doubt she would say that, but okay. Alice would suffer no more irritations, and protecting a witness, let alone allowing them to live in her mansion, was an indignity. Is it the fog? Yeah, it is. Alice looked up, fascinated by the dense fog that had crawled up into the foyer. Above the fireplace was a single mirror. Roughly 3 feet in diameter, it decorated the wall where one might find a painting. Its surface was faintly clouded and vaguely reflected the foyer's appearance.
スナークをなくした影響でしょうね。
Oh, what is this?
鏡の機能。しばらくは制御できないみたい。
So is this out of her control, I guess? The little bird joyfully chirped at its master's mumbling. The bird attempted to imply that there was no need for her to lift a finger, not if the nuisance would fall into the mirror of his own accord. Or perhaps, had the little bird had not sang, Alice would have come to the same conclusion. So they're hoping that's gonna take care of him or something? For some reason, she recalled an earlier conversation.
これでも一番無難だと思う。
In response to her question, the boy inside the bottle shrugged his shoulders and answered. From his perspective, the city and the mansion were no different. It seemed that having just moved from the countryside, everything was something he had never seen before.
自慢できることじゃないが、まだ書き物さえ満足にできないし、都会のルールは複雑すぎて、何が正しいのかさえ区別がつかない。
More than embarrassment, his voice was full of resentment. He was angry about something, though Alice could not tell what. But...
だから、どこにいても危ないことに変わりはないんだ。極端な話、道を歩くだけでも、人と話すだけでも不安になる。
He's a man of danger.
どこでだろうとうまくやっていけ
A
る
man always in danger.
けど、ここにはそんな奴に気を使ってくれる人がいる。気遣ってくれる理由は物騒なものっぽいけど、それは本当に贅沢なことだと思うんだ。
Her eyes welled up ever so slightly. Those soft words were something she could not brush off, because they made sense to her. Given that everything in the city was a danger to him, nothing had changed after coming to the mansion. In reality, he had no reason to fear this place in particular. If anything was different from the outside, it would be that someone here was his ally. With that view, he had been entirely sincere. His explanation hadn't contained any flattery towards Alice, nor pandering to Aoko. He was simply speaking from the heart. I like it here.
今、鏡に迷い込まれるのは迷惑ね。鏡の機能は侵入者の探索に専念させたいし、彼が迷い込みそうになったら止めてあげて。
So she might not want the mirror to deal with him then? Wow. Okay. Interesting. The bird shook its feathers at her strange instruction. Alice looked away from the mirror and continued her walk. The bird chirped in protest. I guess this is what happened, later when he came back and saw the thing and the burb, obviously, That kind of, prevented him from going into it. He's like, don't do it, go, don't go.
あなたの仕事よロビー。それぐらいの役には立って。
Leaving the bird in that, or with that icy retort, she vanished into the west wing. He's like, so confused. Look at him. He's like, huh? Okay. All that remained was the moonlight. And the little blue bird trembling at the perilous prospect of unprecedented change. Dude is like triggered. Look, it's like shaking. Okay. Put on the quiet mode on my AC. There we go. Oh shit, that was chapter 6. Wow. Yo, the next chapter then though. Are you for real? It's a funny one. Hey Andrew, thank you for the 31 months and a welcome back to the Gao Gang, my dude. Nice soundbite there. Omae wa mou shindeiru. Alright, let's see. Anything new on the archive? Oh, I think these are not new. Yeah, they're all just from chapters. It's quite ironic to me. Like, these are all chapter 6 parts, right? But like when you look at it, it's like wider than what the 2 parts of chapter 5 were. Where in reality, these 2 combined were way longer than chapter 6. But I guess now that I'm starting to realize the length doesn't definitely like translate to the actual length of the chapters, it seems. So yeah, interesting. But there you go. There's more progress again. I mean, we're still gonna keep going for now though, but cool. Gonna do a cheeky save as well. Very nice. Alright, chapter or episode 7, right? Let's freaking go, might as well. So now that we have the arrangement kind of figured out, what's gonna happen next? Old people fonts, yeah. True. Once long ago, I saw a beautiful bird fly overhead. Round and round it circled the distant blue sky. How high it flew in this era when humans, not birds, reigned supreme. And yet the bird was completely uninterested in humanity's endless desire for expansion, our creation of even higher homes, or the smoke bellowing from industry's chimneys. The sky extends further than the eye can see. It belongs to no one. Not now, not then. The bird was a truly noble creature, flapping its wings powerfully across the wild ancient sky. Well, that happened. Until the sudden sound of cold iron. A wing is shot, its symmetry gone forever. Cruel and tragic, its body plummets downwards. Not knowing its fate, the bird frantically beats his wings till the very end. One moment soaring with eyes to the sky, the next crashing down to the dry, hardened earth. This was the dream I saw. No matter how much I thought about it, its details remained clouded. What did that bird look like, for instance? Oh, school. We back. Episode 7. Are you for real? Majide? Alright, let's see.
試験範囲の総まとめなんかやっちゃいましたけど、これうちのクラスだけですから、よそのクラスには内密にお願いしますね。担任特権と思ってください。
Wow. No bias, of course.
ほら、原告の平均点ぐらいは学年一番にしておくと、皆さんも鼻が高いと思いまして。
Mr. Yamashiro chuckled as he finished. This was typical of the kind teacher responsible for Year 2 Class C, the master at relaxing his pupils.
先生、口元に本音出てる。鼻を高くしたいのは私たちじゃないですよね。
True, he just wants to flex his own class. Always ulterior motives. Maybe he even gets like a bonus or something if his class does the best. You never know.
鼻っていうかメンツですよね。
先生、里中先生に嫌味言われてばっか
Oh,
り
he's
だし。
being scolded for his students doing badly. Now he's like, you know what? Here's some free pointers. Come on, get some better scores.
つうかはっきり言えばいいんすよ。お前ら頭悪すぎだって。いや
And they only
まあ
excel in
うちのクラ
sports.
ス見事なまでに体育会系ばっかりだけどさ。
いえいえ、テストの点数だけが学生生活ではありませんから、僕から言うべきことは何も。先生方もそこまで目くじら立ててるわけじゃないので、別にクラス全員が赤点でも僕の人生には何ら関わりはないんですけどね。しかし一方では一人厄介な御仁がおりまして。
Surely it's not Soljuro.
皆さんが選んだ全校生徒代表の方なんですが、これが
Oh,
恐ろ
it's
しいの
Aoko.
なんの。
Okay. I guess she's been like skipping out or something.
テストの点数が低いのは生徒ではなく教育する側が無能だからです。教育委員会への
Oh, she's the one who's been talking about his bad instruction. Uh-oh.
日夜脅してくるんですよ。それでも生徒たちが治らないようなら、その時は直接私が監督します。とか。
Well, that sounds like a skill issue on his part.
あれ。
That was a very synchronized heavy sigh. The warm atmosphere in the room suddenly fell below freezing. The students of Class C now knew who their true enemy was.
ああ、そっか。山城先生生徒会の顧問だったっけ。ナム。
さすがは応援団を立ち直らせた上傑。教師一人退職に追い込むなど造作もねえ。やっぱりな。会長絶対年サバ読んでるって。あの迫力、同年代と思えねえし。ほら、うちの女子と比べると特に、こう、おっぱい的に。
Yeah, of course. She's not the same age because her boobs are bigger. Yeah, of course. Nothing to do with genetics, of course.
先生、木の実だけでも A 組に引き取ってもらえませんか？そりゃ男子はみんな猿ですけど、こいつだけレベルの違う猿ですよ、絶対。
Toxic?
あれ、でも女子 A 組だけどあんまり成績良くねえよな。中の上ぐらいじゃなかったっけ？
そうだけど別にいいんじゃない。塾も行ってないし、生徒会仕切ってたまにバイトまでしてるんだから。あれで学年トップだったら逆に気持ち悪すぎ
Oh
る。
yeah, I didn't mention it. I was gonna mention it as well, but I put out a new free-to-play video yesterday because Kaiser is finally back to editing videos. Cool. So yeah, that Constantine thing is finally out. It took a long time until the stream happened, but yeah, he's also editing more videos, and today I'm gonna put out another video, which is of the Wuthering Waves first time me playing it. So he made a highlight of that too. So if anyone missed the stream or just wants a, you know, nicely edited highlight recap thingy, that video will be up later today. Wow.
だよな。
Cool.
周囲は副会長に任せとけばいいんだ
You
よ。
watched it earlier? You mean the free-to-play video or the Withering stream or something? I assume you're talking about the new video.
まあまあ皆さん、噂話はそのあたりで。地獄耳という言葉もありますから。じゃあ、それなりに復習をよろしく。あんまり点数が悪いと冬休みそのものがなくなりますからね。
Can that actually happen? Damn, that sucks. The free-to-play Constantine, yeah.
あ、それとしずきくん、ちょっといいですか？
Uh-oh. Mr. Yabashiro gathered his things and beckoned for Sojiro to join him in the hallway. Does he have like the worst scores of them all? Or grades? There were no other students to be seen despite it being break time between classes. Voices were audible in the distance, but the hall itself felt strangely quiet and calm. Perhaps it was due to the sense of confinement created by the lack of windows. Usually students spent their breaks either in their classrooms or on the veranda.
何ですか、山城先生。
いえ、そう大した用事じゃないんですけどね。試験前にこんな話をするのもデリカシーがないんですが、気になったので。
Wow, he's actually like just concerned of his school life. Wow, kind of wholesome. Though this level of concern from a teacher startled him, he felt reassured. It was only natural. After having had to deal with such difficult personalities lately, Mr. Yamashiro's trivial questions were refreshing.
はい。学校の作りや決まりなら自分なりに分かってきました。友
Nice.
達も増えましたし。
Very nice.
そっか、それはよかった。うちのクラスは口の悪い面々だけど、その分気を使わなくていいからね。
His eyes shone brightly in appreciation. In Aoko's words, Mr. Yamashiro was a brutish, forgettable, downright detestable man who did not even deserve the title of teacher, but Sojiro found him considerate in his own way.
アルバイトもほどほどにね。試験前だって言えば、大抵のところは休ませてくれるから、あまり無理はしないように。また、試験で困ったことがあったら、周りに相談しなさい。一人で悩んでいても時間の無駄だよ。ほら、学校っていうのは話し相手にだけは困らないから。
With a wave of his hand, Mr. Yamashiro was gone. The pure-hearted Sojiro gave him a solemn nod as if to say he accepted the advice of his so-called forgettable teacher and went back into his classroom. And then...
女のことで相談だ
Really? Interesting. Well, I guess with his current situation, yeah. But it probably doesn't mean like that way, but okay. Let's see how this goes. Sojiro had not wasted a moment in putting Mr. Yamashiro's advice into practice.
そうらしい。難問にぶち当たっているんだ。
Yeah, dude, his harem is at a standstill. How does he progress this?
深く考えてみて気づいたんだが、どうも自分は発想が貧困らしい。
He just doesn't get it, dude. He averted his eyes out of shame over his lack of insight.
いや、豊かだと思ってたことがびっくりなんだけど。まあいい、こっち来い。
Sure. Shocked as he was, Kinomi grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him over to the wall. Kinomi had nearly burst out laughing at him, with a straight face, had admitted his difficulty with girls, but he realized it was the first time Sojiro had ever turned to him for advice. He was always able to break down any task at his part-time jobs into bite-sized pieces, but he was clearly struggling with a different problem now. This was going to take some serious effort.
で、なんかやっちまったのかよ。
これからやるのかもしれない。木の実、例えばの話、マッドベアにハリセンボンみたいな女の子が入ってきたとする。その子は俺が嫌いで、マッドベアから出て行ってほしいようなんだけど、俺はマッドベアを辞めるわけにはいかない。
He explained that he couldn't just quit his part-time job at the restaurant. He needed the money. Kinomi grunted a few times to indicate he was still following his story.
つまりその女を追い出したいと。
逆だ。なんとか認めてもらいたい。隠していたけど、俺はその女の子が。
Surely this is not reflective of his current living situation. Not subtle at all. He furrowed his brow. Kinomi could not help but laugh at his friend's lack of manly resolve in his answer. Girls were the one area where Hosuke's skills and experience were triple those of Sojiro.
なんだよ。要はナンパだよ。むしろ仲良くなりたいってわけ？
Well, he wasn't sure how to respond. He nodded slowly without really understanding the implication of what he had said.
けど、どうすればいいのかわからない。そもそもどうやって同い年の女の子と仲良く話ができるんだ？
クラスの女どもとは話してんじゃん。あれでいいんだっつの。俺は羨ましい。
He's like, bro, are you kidding me? You're already good at it. What are you talking about? I should get lessons from you.
持ち前の天然系で押してけばいいべ。
Keep being your usual clueless self. I mean, I guess it works.
山育ちってのは希少なアイデンティティだと思うぜ。珍しいものは生かさないとさ。
そうかな。珍しいというのはあんまりいいことじゃない気がする。だいたい そもそも嫌われている場合はどうすればいいんだ？クラスのみんなは親切だけど、相手はハリセンボンだ。いや、この際ハリネズミでも。
Oddly specific.
そういう場合はめげなきゃいいんだよ。相手が折れるのを待つって寸法だな。トゲだけに。
His brow sunk deeper still.
この例え話はダメだ。
He needed more concrete material to work with.
バカ。女なんてのは機嫌を取ってればいいんだよ。まずは女の趣味とか大事にしてるもんとか聞いて、そこをフォローすればいい。自分の都合より相手の都合だ。まずは外堀から攻めろってことだな。
外堀、外回りか。
もち。その後はまあ結局はこれが一番効果的なんだけどな。袖の下ってやつ。
Wow.
プレゼントで釣れ。その時の需要と供給さえ合えば、嫌われてても受け取ってもらえる。受け取らせちまえば、あとはそれが
Feels kind of a cheap strap, but maybe it works. I don't know. Kinomi then proclaimed with an odd sense of pride that his approach had resulted in only failure for him. So why is... Wait. I don't get it. Why is he giving this advice for someone when it's never worked for him? Am I missing something here? Why would you do that? Does he think maybe he can pull it off though? I would still be hesitant to give out advice that has never worked for me, but you know what? Hey, fair enough, dude.
けど問題がある木の実。確かにご飯とかそういうのをおごってもらうと嬉しい。
I mean, it's like, 90% of gamblers quit before hitting big, right? Surely that logic applies here too. One day it will work. And it only maybe has to work once, you never know. So, okay, sure.
そんな金はないってんだろ。分かってる。仕方ないね。そういう静き。
Oh shit. Dude, he's gonna be like, you know what? I can introduce you to this guy and you can do some deliveries for him. Of the powdery kind. They slid from the side of the classroom deeper to one corner. Oh, sus, dude. To in front of the lockers where no one ever stayed for long. It would be days before Sojiro realized the suggestion he was receiving was of the illegitimate kind. The kind he should have not shared with anyone. Wait, actually? Is this actually going somewhere like that? What the hell? Interesting. Wow, blue balls though. What the hell was he gonna suggest for making money? Illegitimate way? Dude, it was actually like drugs. Oh my god. Anyway, that night, wow, a time skip. Dinner at the mansion was a feast of bread. Not bread mendo, get it? Maybe they're eating them, that would be funny. Don't waste your food. Oh, very classical. A spot of wine, please. Maybe a slice of cheese. Can I have another napkin, please? And the music makes me act all fancy. Soft slices lay stacked in the center of the table, surrounded by variously colored jams. In a bowl was salad, mainly lettuce, with a small plate of unevenly cut ham. Sojiro may have had no frame of reference for what an average family dinner should be, but he could tell that this was most certainly not normal. In truth, it was a first-rate case of laziness. So they have like all the resources in the world, but their, presentation is maybe not up to par, because they're still noobs themselves. Chocolate spread? What, like Nutella or something? Was Nutella a thing in the late 80s? I assume so, but I have no idea. Surely sandwiches are normal for dinner. I mean, honestly, for dinner, I feel like dinner is not that strict. Sure. I have some bread for dinner sometimes. It's made in 1964, okay. Would you guys believe me if I said I've never had Nutella in my life? They do sell it here though. In fact, when I lived back home, my mom sometimes bought it, but I never even tried it. I feel like it's a pretty universal product, but yeah, I have never tried Nutella. For these two girls, however, this dinner seemed to be completely adorable. Sometimes you remind me of Sojiro. Well, okay, it's not because it's kind of by choice, you know. I haven't had the need to try it ever. Like, what do you eat it with anyway? It's like a chocolate paste, right? Like, where would you use that? Do you literally put it on bread or something? I just like putting butter on my bread and then something on top. It's good on toast. Sounds like like a mess of like toast is usually white bread, and then you're gonna put like a chocolate paste on top. That sounds really unhealthy. But honestly, it doesn't sound too bad. I have a hard time imagining like anything chocolatey with bread though, because I've never had any combo like that. Wow. I feel like I think some people also eat it just from the jar, right? Because, you know, of course. Make pound cake with it too. Okay, maybe that sounds a bit, you know, reasonable, I feel like. Oh, it's a picture of the pound cake. Oh, that looks great, actually. Oh, shit. Oh, I would eat that. Yeah, that looks good. Well, I shouldn't look at too many pictures of food, though. Gonna get hungry. Okay. They had a system of irregularly taking turns being in charge of meals, and tonight was Alice's turn. French alcohol is pretty normal. Okay. Sure. I mean, it doesn't sound too crazy to me. It's like something I can't really fathom easily, but I don't think it's like crazy sounding though. Just because I only ever have bread on top of my bread, or butter on top of my bread, and maybe some toppings like, you know, salami or ham, then, you know, that's other stuff is not weird per se. Normally she would spend as little time and effort as possible, only truly applying herself when there was something to celebrate. Of course, Sojiro was none the wiser to Alice's unique approach to food preparation. Dude, he's gonna be the Shiro of the house, I can already tell. Surely. That's one way to get on her good side. For him, it was a plain, lackluster meal. Nutella crepes as well. Ooh. Sure. And when it came to dinner, not saying anything to each other was another staple of their meals. It's kind of awkward, but sure. The sound of cutlery, the scraping of chairs, and the tick-tock of the clock were the only things to be heard in the sunroom. Sojiro had already eaten. At this moment, he was watching the goings-on from the drawing room.
Sojiro, 9時からアルバイトでしょ? 行ってらっしゃい。私たちのことは気にしないでいいから。
Well, independent.
ああ、じゃあ行ってくる。
Nice meal. He donned his coat with a goodbye nod. When he glanced again at the sunroom, he momentarily locked eyes with Alice, or so he imagined. She had been ignoring him all day, and not just refusing to talk with him, she had avoided him for so much so as to not look at him all day until this very moment. Yeah, that jacket is kind of fly though. He could understand if he was annoying her as the outsider in the mansion, but he felt no animosity in her gaze just now.
今の様子を見てたのかな?
Okay. He looked nervously at his surroundings for a moment before heading to the foyer. Alice let her gaze return to normal when she was completely sure he was gone. Alka was appalled by Alice's brazen display. So much so, her immaculate veneer of apathy crumbled. You want to wear drip jackets but you live in the tropics? Yeah. If it's always hot, then it's kind of hard, yeah. I have 2 jackets. Actually, no, I have 3 jackets. I have a light jacket for like when it's, you know, fairly cool. Like, you know, mostly during fall times. I have a winter jacket when it's cold, and I have like this sports, like really, really thin like thing that is for like, you know, sports stuffs, basically.
何？献立に不
It's
満
very
でもある
airy.
の？青子。
もちろんあるけど、いつものことだし慣れてるわよ。私が呆れてるのは、あんたの意地の悪さの方。徹底的に無視してるくせに、相手の反応を伺ってるなんてめめしくない？罠張って待ち受けるようなもんじゃない。
彼の反応なんて探ってないわ。そもそも興味がないもの。それと、今のは差別発言ね。めめしいという表現は女性軽視に過ぎるわ。
Wow. Sexist.
今の場合なら、あなたは矛盾していると言ってちょうだい。
Damn, he's like, please be more direct instead.
うわ、自覚ありときた。
Choosing not to rise to her roommate's jibe, Alice resumed eating. Alice tore off pieces of bread and ate them one by one, anger still visible on her face.
じゃあここからは、青崎青子としてじゃなく、共犯者としての質問ね。アリス的に彼を見逃していいと思える判断材料はない？ありえないけど、実は彼も魔術師でしたなんてオチであったとしても、ここに住まわせるのは容認できない？
その理由なら認めるわ。彼を許すのではなく、そんなことに気づかなかった私たちへのペナルティとして。そうね。今のは絶対にありえない話だけど、
Hypothetically speaking.
それと同じに絶対の結論もまたないわ。
Well, that's a way to say that expression. Not cross the bridge, it's burn the bridge when we get to it. Wow. Bit more malicious.
彼がここに住む選択を飲む場合すらあるかもしれない。気の迷いは
Damn, she's kind of
私に
pissy.
だってあるのだし。
I mean, again, it's because of the situation, but yeah, damn, girl. You gotta chill down.
ええ、そういうことよ。今は私との義理とかプライドで冷静を保ってるあんただけど、あいつの努力次第で少しは。
それは諦めて。彼が何をしようと無駄だから。
Wow, prejudice is real.
あなたも知っていると思うけど。
Alice had never been the type to let her guard down around others. The young witch despised humans, having recreated so many of their objects and fairy tales. Yeah, true. I can't really blame her too much, but still.
そんなのはあんた個人のトラウマでしょ。自分の意固地さを魔女の血統云々で棚上げするのはそれこそめめしいわ。
Oh, the word again.
いいじゃない。嫌いなら嫌いではっきりしてれば。私が気に食わないのはね、
どっちつかずの態度。
そう。無視するなら徹底して無視してやれって言ってるの。ガチガチに守りを固めて、そのくせ城門だけ開けて、獲物が油断して入ってきたら串刺しにする気満々と。
She's on to her
相棒として
antics.
見てられないわ。あいつにできることなんて、閉ざされた門を開けることぐらいだっていうのに、その機会さえなくすのはどうなの？
ごめんなさい、青子。もう少し簡単に言って。
Okay.
その例えは、ちょっと。
Alice seemed unable to grasp Alco's metaphor. Meanwhile, Alco had it up to here with her roommate's lack of self-awareness and was starting to lose her cool.
だから興味ないとか言っておきながら粉かけるなってこと。あんなにチラチラ盗み見たらあいつ変に勘違いしちゃうかもしれないでしょ。アリスはああ見えて本当は自分と仲直りしたがっているに違いない。じゃあ早速部屋に押しかけてみようとか。
そういうことになるの？
なる。少なくとも私だったらいい加減イライラして話があるなら校舎裏まで来いって決着つけかねないレベル。この毒婦。
Wow. Toxic.
そうだったのね。気をつけるわ。別に彼と話をする気はないんだし、私も彼を見ていたというより彼の手足を見ていたのだし。
Interesting. Observation.
手足ってなんで？
手足は手足よ。彼個人には思うとこ
I guess he did get blasted
あの夜の出来事
by the freaking exploding egg.
それが少しだけ気になってつい視線で追っていたのね。
Oh wow, Wild Burbo's back. Dude, you missed the actual Burbo of the story. Like appear like 2-3 times now.
あの夜って遊園地のこと？
It was your moment. The burb was on screen. And then one burb was shot down as well. Feels bad. But that was a dream, so you're fine. Alice's expression soured. She still felt the sting of her defeat.
飛んだでしょ彼。レールの上から私のダンプティ
I
に
mean, maybe we'll see the burb later as well.
そんなこと言ってたわね。勢いでつい1メートルぐらいだから飛んじゃったとか。
Alko had not actually seen it in person, luckily. All she knew was that the spell she had placed on Sojiro was part of the reason he survived that jump of death. Alice, on the other hand, had never observed the whole scene from the clock tower. Or had observed it. If it only lasted an instant, but it had burned itself into her mind's eye. There's the sneeze. That was meant to happen earlier, but didn't. Again, I knew it was going to come back at some point, sooner than later. More than when her precious moon had fallen at Alko's hands, and Flat Snark had come tumbling down.
でもそれがどうしたの？卵の敵討ちってわけ？
Well,
ダンプティは壊れるのが仕事だから敵討ちも何もないわ。ただ人間の体ってあんな風に動くんだなって。
for scientific purposes, of course. As it goes, for someone with as little human interaction as Alice, Sojiro's leap must have appeared quite remarkable. It's like someone long jumping or something on the schoolyard, right, Shirley? This is that moment again. That would be funny. Particularly because his legs were orders of magnitude less capable than those of an animal in the forests. And yet, even with such feeble legs, with those meek arms of his, he managed to fly through the open air like a bird. To her, it was akin to the feeling city folk get when they see a wild creature in its natural habitat.
気にしないで。機会があるならもう一度見たいと思っただけ。
God damn, dude.
別に彼に何を期待しているわけじゃないわ。
なるほど。アリスのプロイって大体が人型じゃないしね。単に物珍しさで見ていただけか。
Alko sighed and released the tension from her shoulders. She was disappointed to discover that Alice's behavior stemmed from simple curiosity, like that of a child with a new toy. And Alice was in no position to take issue with her reaction. And how could she? She was not entirely sure what it was that she herself was feeling.
夕食、明日は私が作るから。試験前だってのに、こんなしょぼくれたもん食べさせられたら。
Yeah, they should just watch the Olympics on the TV.
ご自由に。私も手が空いて助かるわ。
Well. Night came and went in the mansion. For better or worse, the disturbances caused by the foreign invader had not yet caused the kettle to boil over. Still alive, Pog? Okay. Burbs. It's a flock of burbs this time, but it's gone. The next morning at 6:30, as sunlight spread out across the sky, Sojiro walked to school with Alko in the chilly morning air.
いい？洋館にいるときは極力一人にならないこと。
It was her intention to keep him safe until he left the mansion. Nonetheless,
眠い。6時から登校とか。あんたも働き者ね。
nice jacketed scarf though, okay.
そうでもないよ。30分仕出しを手伝うだけだし。
His work ethic was a little too strong for a student entering finals.
それより青崎、無理してないか？ 別にこっちに付き合うことないんだぞ。
ご心配なく。生徒会室で仮眠取るから。約束だし、門までは一緒に行くわよ。
But internally, Alko was worried. What traps did her roommate have in store for him? She could not imagine Alice had planned anything to go down in the woods, but she wanted to be safer than sorry. Like Landmine Central or something. The least she could do was accompany Sojiro to school. That much she was firmly committed to. Any traps that presented themselves could be dealt with then on the spot. Well, not dealt with so much as destroyed, since that was Alko's forte, but that would be enough to keep him safe for the time being.
帰り道に関しては、アリスもそこまで暇ではないと信じるしかないんだけど。
If Alice was willing to put all her energy into a new trap after the first had failed, then they were as good as dead anyway. But Alko would cross that road when she came to it. Or like burn that bridge when she gets to it, right? It all depended on how deep Alice's dislike of Sojiro really went. It would have to be enough to make her abandon her pride as a witch, something she had protected fervently until now. If that were the case, Alko knew she would never be able to keep him safe. The moment 24/7 protection became necessary was the moment she had failed. Her character led her to focus on what she could do in the here and now and ignore the rest. And this current plan of hers was her best attempt at doing right by everyone. Hey, enjoy a second. What you watching, by the way? They left behind the Kuonji estate, and the two remained together until the residential area at the bottom of the hill, where Alko glanced casually at Sojiro.
ところで、何か考えてる？
Surprisingly, he saw through her harmless question and sensed a bigger issue. How was he going to win Alice over? In fact, he had been thinking about that very question. According to his friend, there were 3 basic approaches he could take. One was the roundabout approach.
こいつは時間がかかるが最も自然だ。人間ってのは自分が好きなものを大切にされるとコロッと気を許しちまう。
Have a good one, man.
仲間意識ってやつだな。
Oh, you're rewatching Bookworm? Enjoy, man. Have a good one. I haven't rewatched any of my favorites in a good hot minute, honestly, on anything, to be honest. Mostly just YouTube videos. Series, not so much. I've been just watching news series instead. But sometimes I might get back to that mood again, you know? I just want to watch the old amazing stuffs. In other words, instead of focusing on the person one wishes to win over, one should focus on their interests. Oh, you rewatched the most? Well, again, I recently finished another rewatch of Breaking Bad, because it was me watching it with Jax, and he had never seen it before. I always love watching it with people who had never seen it. I think I've seen Breaking Bad like 3 or 4 times now. It's such a masterpiece of a show. We're watching Better Call Saul right now, but yeah, it's so fucking good. What have I rewatched the most? A lot of that, a lot of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I've seen Ping Pong 3 times. I've seen things 2 times if it's rewatching, but some I've seen more than 2, yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty cool, Jester. I'm waiting for that too. Pretty hype. Did you see the new visual they posted today? That was pretty cool. Yeah, it's gonna be 90 minutes on the premiere. I heard about that too. Very cool. It was a surprisingly mature opinion coming from Bikinomi. Unfortunately, Sojiro had no idea what sort of things Alice liked. She seemed very fond of the mansion, but what could he do? Clean it for her? He sensed that would have a reverse effect. He had the distinct feeling she would not want him touching what was precious to her. The second approach was to take the inner track.
でもやっぱり本人を落とすのが一番早い。俺たちに魅力がないのなら、魅力のある外。
I think this would be even a worse option, because why would he need to buy anything for Alice? She can probably buy anything she wants anyway, right?
そう。プレゼントなんだよ、しずきくん。
A quick and dirty strategy, the assassin's strike. Manipulate someone's feelings with an expensive gift. Yeah, true. That is kind of funny. Yeah. Yes, Subaru's VA. To him, this sounded like his best chance. The approach was easy for him to grasp, and he appreciated its simplicity. However, he had the same concerns as with the first approach. A step was missing, and without this step, the plan was bound to fail.
あとはまあ剣ってやつ俺にはよくわかんないけどさ
Where did she get her money from? Her family is fucking rich, dude. I assume she either inherited a lot or something, or just gets it from somewhere. Probably the form, but yeah, she's a very rich family.
私今落とされてるって意識させちゃダメなんだとよ
I mean, you've seen where they live. That house alone is worth like millions and millions, I bet. So yeah. No money for a proper meal, but just bread. Oh, I think it's mostly because, again, they were referring to in the previous meal as well. They're just lazy, right? Yeah. I don't think it's definitely not a monetary issue. They're just not gonna go out of their way to do like big grocery shoppings and then prepare, like, you know, do a lot of cooking and whatnot. They just want to continue what they're doing and just eat because, you know, they have to eat. And I guess, yeah, they might not have great cooking skills either. True. The combination of those two things. Though Sojiro did not quite grasp the details, he understood the basic idea. Don't press your luck. He knew that much was good advice. He would have to try extremely hard to get on Alice's good side, and he could tell it would be a long process to get there. He recalled the time he had wandered inside a fox's territory in the mountains. He had left some food on the ground for the fox, and then it never bothered him again. Well, just leave food outside her door, surely. Okay. Which is, what is considered goodwill and kindness varies from person to person. But if there is enough goodwill from one side, regardless of whether that goodwill is reciprocated, the other side will eventually start to feel an obligation to do so. Well, that was key.
大丈夫。考えてるよ。とりあえず自分にできること。
That's a hard word, dude.
したいことをしようと思う。
Damn.
安心してくれ。青崎に忠告されたことすらきちんと守る方針だ。
Sojiro seemed ready to face things head on. Uh-oh. His answer did little to reassure her, however, she found herself more concerned about his safety than ever before. Well, good luck, boy.
学校にあるようなほうきが欲しい。
Whoa. I think that's a new sprite, right?
できれば安く買えるところ。
We've heard some of the voices of the girls who assume this is from the school as well, but I don't think we've ever seen any of the other sprites besides Aoko and Alice yet. Or the, you know, these girls. Whoa. Not sure if she's gonna be anything important, but there you go.
しずきの家、アパートよね。
Is she supposed to be that short? Probably. I mean, Japanese girls are freaking short, dude.
いや、ちょっと気になるところがあって掃除がしたいんだ。ゴミ袋もあると助かる。
If anything, Aoko is, like, you know, tall.
はできないって言ってたくせに。
Okay.
まあどうでもいいけど、うちのでよければ使う？貸してあげましょうか。
I don't really recognize the voice, sadly. It might be someone I know, but I don't really recognize it.
多分一日じゃ終わらないから自分で買うよ。元から欲しかったものだし、あると便利だよ。
That man dreams of a broom, dude. Sojiro was on his way home from his part-time job after school. It was 4 in the afternoon, 2 hours earlier than his part-time job would have normally ended. The Mad Bear's head chef had gotten in trouble with the accountant for making his student work the day before exams. Thus, his boss had tearfully sent him home early. Anzai Chika? Yeah, that name is familiar, but I forgot what she has done, honestly. And that is when it happened. The interruption to his standard schedule must have been just the shock he needed. I think she does something in FGO as well, from what I remember. Could be wrong. Normally, he would meet up with Aoko after she was done with the student council affairs and go home with her. However, today, he was asking the other students who worked at the same place if they knew any shops in the area where he could buy a broom.
田舎者の趣味って理解不能ね。推強すぎ。
Oh, she was like a later edition or something?
うちの近くにまっついラーメン屋あるでしょ。あそこの通りを終わりまで行けば、起きたって金物。
Hardware store called Okita? Sure, dude. Of course.
一式揃えるなら西口のホームセンターより安く上がるわ。
Well, must be an amazing store.
どうでもいいけど、私のチャリ使う？どうせ試験明けまで使わないし。
His eyes lit up as if he had met his savior, but biking uphill to the mansion, let alone with a package to carry, was not a pretty thought.
いや、自転車には乗ってみたいけど、今回は遠慮するよ。じゃあ、また明日、学校で。
Saying farewell to his co-workers, he headed to the hardware store. He needed a cheap and sturdy bamboo broom and a large dustpan to go with it. If possible, a pushcart and stick for a splint would have been nice too. As it happened, he wanted quite a few things. So is he actually going to go with the cleaning option then? Again, I have a feeling it's going to go badly though. Alice returned to her work after waking up from her nap. The Kuonji estate had an annex that housed a library. The library was filled with books handed down to her from her mother, so it was Alice's territory such that even Aoko dared not enter. If the mansion was a witch's abode, left behind by the times, the library was a fairy tale quarters lost to the ages. It was a natural sanctuary for the young witch who could command ploys to do her bidding. She relied on her memory to recall the location of each book on the many shelves. And then she saw it. Upon raising her head, she was met with the most unusual of sights. Her elegant eyebrows bristled in distaste. From that moment on, she failed to accomplish anything that she had planned for that day. She was instead forced to stare at the strange sight outside her window, eyebrows fixed in that position until the sun set. Did she see like soldier or something? Cleaning or whatever? That'll be funny. Wow, pretty sky. The clouds are moving. Okay. Oh, classical music is back. Oh, where's my wine? Ah well, moving into the grand mansion on the hill had not brought any major changes to Sojiro's day-to-day schedule. He woke up, went to his part-time job, ate breakfast, and went to school. Classes came and went, still strange and new, broken up by rare and brief moments of rest until the school day ended. He left school, went to his part-time job, slept, woke up, and studied for exams. Dude, this is one of those funny moments. Like, whenever the movie stuffs catch up to him, this will be a montage. You know it for sure, right? This is gonna be like a montage of just music playing, and they show him like you know, do all his day, like his cycle, right? This is such a montage moment. You can already tell. A modest life for a modest young man, continuing every day in the same fashion despite his best efforts to change his fortune. But nothing ever really changes. Whether Aoko was by his side in the mansion, as was frequently the case, or whether Alice was making him drink some potion she prepared before going to bed. Well, that's sketch. The former was an attempt by Aoko to make him feel better. The latter was some attempt to keep him safe, even if he did not fully appreciate it. Then one day, a day like any other, while he was pouring himself some tea, as he worried over the lack of change in his life, his relationship with Alice was the same as ever, but there was one major change. This morning, he was drinking black tea instead of green. Though there were all sorts of different types of tea to be found in the kitchen, A newcomer to the world of tea like him could not tell one of them from the next. Naturally, his tea-making skills were limited to tea bags, one of which he placed in his cup before returning to the dining table. Alice and Alco were already seated. The two were eating in silence. In this household, it was everyone for themselves when it came to breakfasts. The diplomatic description of their breakfasts would be simple. The more accurate description would be 2 slices of stale bread prepared in seconds. Sounds good, dude. Teabagger, yeah. Even before games were existed. Hey, Kurosawa, yo, thank you so much for the brand new Prime sub, and hey, big welcome into the Gao gang. Thank you, thank you. Very cool of you to do that. How you doing, You would have been great at Halo, yeah. Alco exchanged a word or two with Alice, took a sip of tea, and stood up from her seat. Since it was winter break for the high schooler Alice, she returned to her room after eating, as she normally did, while Alco headed to the front door, shoes in hand, ready for school. After hurriedly cleaning the table, Sojiro rushed out the door after Alco. Together they walked down the long hill in the direction of school. They had spent 3 days following this very simple routine.
ところで、あれから動きはあった?
What was this about? School had ended and evening had arrived. Buttered bread roll in one hand, Alice replied with a simple, silent shake of her head.
そう。ならあっちも次の手を考えているんでしょうね。魔術師本体の居場所は
Must be about the earlier attack in the forest with the mannequins and shit. Her response was exactly the same. Without showing the slightest sign of dejection, she continued to chew the roll and took a stab at her salad.
そう。私も試験が終わったら手伝うから、それまで悪いけど一人でやってて。今日からあのバカを一夜漬けにしなくちゃいけないんで、余裕ないの。
Alice's face grew dour as if she had something to get off her chest.
問題ないでしょ？アリスはもう休みに入ってるんだから、一日全部使えるじゃない。
She was indeed on vacation and could spend all day every day on her work as a mage. Yet she had spent the past few days holed up in the library instead. She was hardly devoting herself to dealing with the challenger, as Alco put it.
アリス？聞いてる？
わかってる。今夜からそっちもやるから。
Sighing, she stood up. What was bothering her, and what was it she wanted to say? What had she been doing only 2 hours earlier? The young witch took her leave from the breakfast table without offering a single clue. Blue balls. That's all you get. Misaki High was a private school, and as such its winter break started earlier than public schools. The end-of-term ceremony was in mid-December, followed by a brief respite before the next term began. Of course, that was if and only if they overcame their classic obstacle lying between them and an extended break from school. Final exams. The radio continued its broadcast late into the night. A thermos of hot tea eliminated the need to venture down to the kitchen. An electric blanket kept away the winter cold, and a crab-shaped pastry staved off any dinner-time hunger. When is Summer Scotty coming? When was summer supposed to happen this year, Nene? I already forgot. It's after anniversary though, right? Like August, if I had to guess. I forgot, I haven't checked. These were the lengths Alco had gone to. She needed to ensure that every aspect of her surroundings helped her pull a successful all-nighter. It's mid-July or early August. Okay. So like a bit after the anniversary.
期末試験1日目、ご苦労様。それで、生まれ変わる覚悟はできた？
He nodded earnestly. Upon returning from work, he encountered not the mage he expected, but the Demon Student Council President, Aozaki. half a day earlier. The first day of exams were over and he was about to head back to the mansion where he hoped to put his plan into practice when...
今夜私の部屋で監禁ね。
Oh, well that's a statement right there.
夕方からのアルバイトは当然キャンセル。ちょっと本気であ
Wow,
の点数はあり
rip
えないから。
work, dude. The worst. A cold blue grin greeted him in the hallway. Clenched in her fist was Sojiro's exam paper. Mr. Yamashiro had no doubt said,
転校してきたばかりだし、しょうがないよね。
Oh, so his grades sucked too. But she had snatched the exam out of the teacher's hands the minute he tried to show her. That was how Sojiro had ended up in Aoko's room instead of the room in the attic to which he was accustomed. Though her situation was far from normal, at the end of the day she was an adolescent girl like any other. Naturally, she felt uncomfortable letting a boy her own age into her room. However, his grades were truly something that called for desperate measures. That explained why her mood was even worse than normal today, and the vein on her forehead was pulsing visibly with anger.
先に自分の復習済ませる。あんたはそのテーブル使ってて。
She turned her back to him and sat down at her favorite desk. Sojiro was left standing before a cheap-looking glass table.
なんかいろいろと慣れないな。なあ、青崎。この青いのなんだ？
Wait, he doesn't know what a guitar is? Bruh. Restless, he found his eyes drawn to the guitar, propped up in the corner.
なんか薄いし青いし、とんがってるし。
Yo, she should play Paranoid or
青崎
something?
のことだし。もしかしなくても武器か。
Yeah, it's a weapon. It's gonna slay all the freaking minds when you play that shit. Is that the meme I'm thinking of, Andrew? You know, a certain guitar under a bed. That's a good reference.
楽器よそれ。
Wow.
エレキはともかく
She's got
アコギは
double
音楽室で似たようなの
guitars.
あったでしょ。あとこれ以上青々言ったらそのとんがってるので殴るからね。
Well. He plopped himself down onto a cushion, struggling to suppress the desire to retort that it was a weapon after all.
ちょっとは落ち着きなさいよ。いつもは耳の遠い大型犬みたいに鈍感なくせに。何かき
Okay. In fact, it was Aoko who was oblivious for once. For his part, Sojiro could not figure out why he was so restless either. Suffice it to say, they were both pretty clueless in this moment.
もしかして内装？この部屋の家具のグレードが今とは違うから不思議がってるのね。
Yeah, her room is a lot more Western.
ここベッド以外は私の家から持ち込んだものなの。引っ越してから2年経つけどまだ屋敷には馴染んでないでしょ。
Though she misunderstood the real reason for his nervousness, she seemed satisfied that she had resolved his anxiety for the time being and returned to her studies. She flipped through her notes and textbooks as if fast-forwarding a tape. There was no opening for an outsider like him to intrude in her high-speed study sesh. Repelled by her intensity, he retreated to his table. He was at least sensitive enough to pick up on her desire to be left alone. It was a testament to him that having his needs utterly ignored was now second nature to him, to the extent that he could now happily go about his business in solitude. Two hours passed. Then, as the clock neared 11, Aoko's speed and concentration began to slip. Seeing his window of opportunity, Sojiro seized the moment to strike up a conversation.
青崎、ちょっといいかな。
Ooh.
何？
She spoke hesitantly, not bothering to turn to face him. She continued to flick the pages of her textbook, albeit at a slower speed than before.
この3日間、青崎たちの夕食事情を見てきたけど、君たちの食事はいつもああなのか？
Clueless.
そうだけどおかしい？
そう言われると困るな。ただ学校じゃみんな楽しそうだった。誰かと食事をとるってことは ああいう風になることだって思ってた。だから、もしかすると。
もしかしないわよ。別にあんたのせいでアリスと話さないわけじゃないわ。
Yeah, they just never
私たちは
talk.
いつもああだから。
She spoke calmly with her back still turned, seemingly unaware of what he was getting at.
張り詰めた食卓だな。青崎とアリスは仲がいいと思ってたのに。
She neither confirmed nor denied his statement. She was, however, surprised by the disappointed tone in which he had made it.
ま、張り詰めた食卓っていうのは合ってるわね。アリスが何回あんたの飲み物にメスカリンを入れてたかなんてもう覚えてないし。昨日なんか堂々とサラダの中に7かまどなんか
The
混ざ
hell
って
is
る
a
し。
mescaline? I should probably know, but I don't. Is that some kind of... I mean, apparently you put it in a drink.
ほんと。あの子何考えてるんだろう。
A bitter smile spread across her face in reminiscence. The pages of her textbook continued to turn.
メスカリン？
Yeah, that's my reaction too.
サボテンから取れるアルカロイドよ。
What the fuck?
アリスが使う以上、ただの幻覚剤じゃないでしょ。
Hallucinogen? Why?
私はこんなもんでいっか。
Naturally occurring thing known for its hallucinogenic effects comparable to those of LSD. Oh, actually? Drugging? What? What the hell, dude? Actual drugs. Okay. With that, she slammed shut her fourth textbook on the night of the night. Did you guys know about mescaline? Be honest. I did not know before this. I had never heard of that before. No? Okay, great. I'm not the only one then. I've known about all sorts of other, you know, things that might act similarly, but that word was new to me at least. Now we know it. Because whenever I ask whether people know about something or not, people are always like, oh, I knew about that. And I'm like, really? Everyone knows but me? So I'm glad to see that at least this time it seems that most, if not everyone else, also didn't know about it. Because every time I ask, everyone always knows about everything. I swear. Like, I'm always the clueless one. Or like, only me. Chemistry hard. Yeah, true. It's cool though. After having scarcely changed position the whole night, she finally turned in her chair to face him.
さあ、今度はあんたを仕込まなくちゃね。
Uh-oh.
今日の4科目の答案。実に総十郎らしい出来栄えでそっとしそうになったわ。私。
Damn. Her tone was light, but her gaze was heavy as she stared at him, seated cross-legged on the floor.
原告、地理、数学、電子工学。あの調子であと2日続けたら。冬休みが消えるのは当然
Is electronics class a normal thing in Japanese high schools?
私なのよ、実際。
I thought that would be like a bit more specified for a school path. That's like a normal freaking subject. Wow.
いや、俺も困るぞ。
Maybe in the 80s. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it was kind of booming. He calmly corrected her.
それ
Actually
私のセリフだ。あんたが学校に行くってことは必然こっちまでとばっちりが来るっての。
For the second time today, I think. It's a close-up too. Look at the teeth. Scary. All she could think about, as much as she tried not to, was Mr. Yamashiro and his annoying grin.
それ以前に私の目が黒いうちはオール赤なんてやつは許さない。本来なら少年から叩き直すところだけど。
Oh wow. Hey, violence is not the answer.
ま、あんたはいろいろ事情があるから、とりあえず点数だけで勘弁してあげる。私もテストは一夜漬けで片付ける方だから、あんた一人仕込むのにそう時間はかからないだろうし。
His expression openly soured in response to her declaration. It was obvious he did not think he needed her meddling in his studies.
あんたね。
Yo, Braindead, how you doing,
私とあ
man?
なた、どっちだと思う？
He got the feeling that it would be him, but he nodded slowly nonetheless. Then again, it would probably take more effort on her part than on his, and in any case, he knew there was no way to talk her out of it.
この度はご迷惑をおかけします。
His summarily bowed his head to show gratitude and willingness to work.
よろしい。安心なさい。私だって鬼じゃないから。
Sure, whatever you say.
別に平均点狙うってわけでもなし。予定通りこなしていけば3時には眠れるわよ。
Wow. Bed at 3 a.m. after studying? Pretty chill. She nodded with satisfaction, pleased by his studious attitude. He had plenty of obstacles ahead of him, but that sense of humility might be enough to see him through.
何仏心出してるんだ私。いい？しずきくん。この後頼られちゃたまんないから釘刺しておくけど。
Whoa.
私がマンツーマンで誰かを仕込むなんてことめったにないから。
Nice privileges.
これはあくまで異例中の異例だって覚えておいてね。
She spoke more to convince herself than him, but his expression still darkened. It made one want to hang a sign around his neck that read, "Please take me home," like an abandoned pet. Alko chided herself for being so soft. For some reason in that moment she recalled that it had been raining the day they met each other. Ooh. Time passed like the falling grains of an hourglass. Damn, is it morning already? Holy shit, how long did they study for? They sleep at all? She squinted as light poured through the window as she downed another cup of tea. She had lost count of exactly how many she had drank long ago.
一晩かかったね、大崎。
Wow, a classic all-nighter. Sojiro picked up on what she left unspoken. Alko had used up all her pep, in staying up all night but also in shouting at him. He looked pale and uncomfortable, just as he had all night long.
甘く見てたわ、あんたのこと。
だから、褒めても何も出ないって。
ある意味、褒めるに値するかもね。
She was at the end of her rope, but she could not help the bit of pride that swelled up in her. His lack of even the most basic comprehension was shocking, even taking account into his upbringing in the wilderness. His ability was that of a middle school student, and that was being generous. Ouch. Preparing him for exams by teaching him new concepts and ideas was a waste of time. Rote memorization was his only hope for passing. Everything he memorized could collapse like a house of cards afterwards for all she cared, so long as he remembered for his exams. Assuming he had the capacity of a good student in the first place had been her mistake. It took all night to cover the content for just 4 exams, and she still did not feel confident he could apply what he so earnestly tried to memorize.
でもね、真面目なのはいいことだけど、あんた暗記するのに時間かかりすぎ。
そこは多めに見てほしい。今まで頭より体で覚えることの。
Used to learning things with his body, not head. Okay, okay. Alko let out an exasperated sigh. Naturally, physical prowess mattered more in mountain life than the intellectual kind, but still.
まあいいわ。これで山城からあんたの成績について相談されることもないでしょうし。
He learns with his body. He can now do well enough to satisfy a male teacher. I see how it is.
紅茶、もう一杯入れてくれる？
Interesting choice of words back to back. He stood up and obeyed as Aoko stretched her aching back. She had apparently bought the tea bags in bulk, so there was still plenty to use.
まったく、無駄遣いだな、青崎。
He spoke under his breath so she wouldn't hear. It made him somehow happy to see her so tired and unfocused after the grueling all-night lesson she had given him. It did not cross his mind that the excess tea bags, far from being an indulgent purchase, were purchased intentionally to sustain them through the night. A relaxed expression came across Alko's face as she watched him, naive and peaceful as could be.
悪くないけど、せめてリーフティーで入れられるように仕込まなくちゃダメかな。
Seeming to have overheard her not so inner monologue, he made to face her.
やっぱり味は違うのか？
違う、もう全然。
Well.
ま、 正直私はどうでもいいんだけど、アリスはね、かなりお茶にはうるさいよ。そうだ、宗十郎、アリスとうまくいってる？
She cheerfully slumped over the table, now covered with textbooks and scribbled notes. He watched her with a hint of resentment in his eyes.
彼女と会えるのは食事の時だけで、食事と言ったらあれだろ？どうやって仲良くなれって言うんだ。
そう？私は十分脈ありだと思ったけど。そっちはアリスを怖がってないし、アリスはそっちを追い出す理由を見つけようと躍起になってるし。いい条件よ、これって。
全然わからないな。あの子とこっちの関係は遊園地前の青崎と俺の関係と同じじゃないか。一体どこがいい条件なんだ？
とりあえず反目し合ってはいないでしょ。一方通行の関係だけど、それはそれ。アリスにしちゃ上出来っていう
Yeah, I don't know about that, but we'll
理由
see.
を探している時点で可能性ありってね。あの子は反感に応えることが癖になっちゃってるから、大抵相手を自滅させちゃうのよ。
Her ominous words only confused him further.
知ってしまえば単純な話なんだけどね、あの子の場合。ただ
Whether or not he could put it into practice was another story altogether.
難しいよ、青崎は。
He carried their teacups back to the table as he spoke. Alko picked hers up and took a sip as if to dispel her exhaustion.
でも、確かに君の言う通りだ。俺はまだあの子の顔しか知らない。クオンジ・アリスという名前すら定かじゃないのは問題があるね。
He followed her lead and took a sip of his own. His cup contained not tea but plain hot water.
あの子のこと教えてほしい？
Alko scrutinized him carefully as she sat. Most boys would have been captivated by her gaze in that moment.
いや、そういうことは本人に聞いてあげるべきだと思う。
Damn, no juicy gossip. But he ignored her and stared straight ahead as if speaking directly to Alice herself.
そうね。ほんと、あんたってアリス好みの対応をする
The
わ。
confrontation is imminent. Uh-oh.
ねえ、前から気になってたけど、客室でアリスに何を言ったの？いくら私との約束とはいえ、あの子が部外者を半日も放置するなんてありえないのよ。
Damn. He thought back to that moment. He could recall only 2 or 3 words he had exchanged with Alice after awakening in the guest room. He did not recall the conversation being anything special, but he could not bring himself to casually share with Alko now. After all,
ねえ、どんなセリフであの子の気を変えたの？
it's a secret. Alko eagerly pressed him for answers. He frowned, unsure of what to say. He did not know what the interaction had been like for Alice, but for him it had felt special. Sacred almost. Oh. The question was why and for whom was he so concerned?
ほら、白状しなさいってば。隠し事なんて言
More
わ
like
ない
you're
の。
dying to know instead. Fuck it out. Her disconcerting smile moved even closer. He did not look like he was able to stay silent much longer. As he would eventually come to realize, Alko had a sometimes troubling propensity to gossip.
まあ、あの子と何を話したかは言わないけど、今の青崎に比べれば花もロマンもなかったのだけは確かかな。
Well,
さっきまでは青崎が鬼みたいだったからいいもんだなって気がつかなかった。
yeah, they're awfully like, you know, buddy right now. Chummy. He stared directly into her eyes as he spoke. Alko nearly leapt out of her seat in panic. Oh, is that a new expression? He's like, what? Damn, she didn't even realize herself how, you know, friendly she's being right now. Uh-oh. Now that he pointed it out, she realized their bodies were practically touching.
仕方ないでしょ。この方が効率良かったんだから。
Soon moment. Another one.
あんた、横にいないとすぐ間違えるし。
Damn, keep coping. She stood up as she lashed back at him.
そうだね。なんか昔みたいで久しぶりに集中できた。
Motivated.
これが異例中の異例っていうのが本当に残念だ。
余裕あるじゃない。その分じゃ今日のテストだけじゃなく、アリスとの話し合いもうま
Oh,
くい
she's
きそうね。
salty about it, dude.
あ、それはもちろん。
He's like, yeah, you're right. Thanks for the sarcasm, by the way. His cool response caught her off guard, and for a moment she was at a loss for words. She meant it sarcastically, and yet he responded with a warm smile. Yeah. He didn't even realize that it was sarcasm. He's like, oh, yeah, you could do really fine with Alice, then yeah, of course. And he's like, yeah, I will. Thanks.
方針変更だ。まずは近くで話しかけてみるよ。嫌なことはいずれ終わるって分かったから。
He's got a game plan. Alko remained in a state of silent shock as he spoke and rose to his feet. She could not help but feel a reluctant respect for what seemed to be his newfound confidence and competence.
とりあえず今日は一人で帰ってアリスと話してみる。
Whoa,
青崎は放課後生徒会だろ。
it's gonna happen. He was right. It was their last meeting before winter break. Normally he would have waited until the meeting ended, or else gone straight to his part-time job. This was part of Alko's plan to make sure he and Alice were never alone in the mansion together.
待った。まさかあんた、一人でアリスとやり合うつもりなの？
別にやり合うつもりはないぞ。し合っても勝てないだろう、アリスには。
He's like, dude, it's not gonna be a fight because I would lose anyway. Nice logic. His reply made complete sense, which floored her.
でも、青崎がいたら話が複雑になるのは目に見えてるんだ。
Damn, he's like, you know what? You make things a mess. Can you please fuck off? Wow, goodbye.
本気？
Damn, she's not mad about it though. He felt like he was being tested but nodded nonchalantly nonetheless. Knowing how grave the situation really was, Alko was not sure how to respond to his apparent lack of concern. The morning light coming through the window marked a stark contrast between the two, which stood bathed in light, which lurked in darkness. That went without saying. The silence lasted for only a brief moment. Staring at him gravely, she said,
そう。なら止めはしないわ。
That was all she had. Her dry tone hid the significance of their pregnant silence, not revealing the slightest sign of discord. Interesting words.
なんか怒ってないか、青崎。
別に。
Pregante?
それで。
Am I
何か考えはある？
pregominant?
下手な考え
How
は
to tell if
通じない
I'm
わ。
purgent?
あの子には。
Sojiro furrowed his brow in deep thought. He knew it would be hard to get close to her through talk alone. In fact, it felt nearly impossible. Not that one. It's the best video ever. Come on, dude. I watch it like every year. It's so good. Kinomi had been the voice of wisdom and folly for him countless times in the past. Incidentally, he had been referring to Alko at the time he shared that pearl of wisdom. But Sojiro had the distinct impression that trying to buy Alko's kindness with gifts would not end well.
大体、アリスの趣味もわからないじゃないか。考えてみると、今の自分と彼女はまるで接点がない。
He crossed his arms at a loss.
いつものことだけど。
Is this
何も
loss?
考えてなかったわけね。
God damn, that meme was cursed. I remember when it was like so big. That was like almost 10 years ago or something.
でもまあ、あれこれ考えなくてもいいと思う。アリスにはあれこれ説明するとか、分かってもらおうとか、そういうんじゃなくて、なんていうか。
He pondered intently as he tried to put his vague thoughts into something concrete, but he did not spend much time in thought. With a nod, he concluded.
要は、俺が彼女を好きかどうかってことじゃないか？
Whoa, okay, dude, okay. He articulated that which is often so hard to say, with surprising clarity and calm. It was certainly a prerequisite for the task he hoped to achieve. He had no hope of making her appreciate him with words, or with acts of giving the expectation of reciprocation. He simply wished to get to know her better because he liked her. That was his honest, uncontrived intention, and it reflected the purity of his heart. But whether that was in his best interest or not was another story altogether. Hey Blair, how you doing? Calculation and compromise, selfishness and conflict. Purity such as his often irritated people who believed that morals went against human nature. Or rather, people who were inevitably forced to believe it. Alko silently walked away without responding to what he said. Her long hair swung from side to side as she passed him. Ooh, maybe another sneeze imminent.
Ozaki?
Noting her strangely cold manner, he called out to her. Bro, it's another one that doesn't happen, but I felt it, dude. Oh, that's so annoying, dude. It's one of those days. However, she was already opening the door to leave.
下でシャワー浴びてくるから、あなたは自分の部屋に戻ってて。
Damn. Her words lacked any expressive inflection. In his confusion, all he could do was nod.
いいけど、やっぱり怒ってないか、青崎。
Emotion returned to her face as she spoke. Yet it was not the typical irritated look to which he had grown so accustomed.
そうね。あんた流に言えば。
Oh, she bad.
何に対してのものかは、あんまり言いたくないけど。
Oh yeah, I guess he didn't use that word then, Gabunya. Poor Sojiro did not even realize that he himself was the reason. Yeah, true. She looked at him, and for an instant he witnessed an emotion on her face of which he had never seen the likes of before.
じゃあね。これが最後になるかもしれないから。
Just in case. Okay. Wow.
あなたはアリスを甘く見すぎてる。でも、それが同時にあんたの強みなのよね。私たちには毒にしかならないけれど。
Well. The door slammed loudly shut behind her. Her steps were audible as she walked away on the other side of the wall. The corridor must have been nearly freezing without any central heating, but Alko seemed perfectly comfortable.
なんで私から出ていくんだ
She was too flustered about the statement to not even realize that. Yeah, you should probably leave your own room last.
順番が逆普通先に出てくのはそっちじゃない
Well. Not mad, by the way. She promptly kicked him out of her room. Once again, the wooden door closed with a slam. The corridor was not as cold as he had expected. Not quite as bad as a freezer, at least. Nice. School. The scribbling. Oh, they all disappeared. Goodbye. Snapped. Done. Dusted. The second day of exams ended and he was on his way back to the mansion. The road grew steeper and the woods thicker, and he made his way up the familiar slope. People in town called it not a hill, but a mountain, simply because it took over 20 minutes to climb. This did not sit well with Sojiro, for whom a mountain was something that could be overcome so easily, or not be overcome. The road was paved, for one thing, and the canopy overhead let in plenty of sunlight to guide the way. None of the inclines were especially steep, and no animals lurked in the underbrush. There was no chance of losing his way, no reason to worry about getting lost. He quietly reprimanded himself for getting so wrapped up in his own little world. In the past few weeks since moving here, he had been constantly comparing the town with his former mountain home. Normally, he would not get so upset over it, but in recent days, since meeting Alko, as it happened, he had become rather hung up on the differences. The reasons for this eluded him, but he knew that Alko was a force that could not be stopped. This naturally made him want to quicken his own pace. The mansion where they both lived was the antipathy of her lively personality. It stood out like a sore thumb, even in a town like Misaki. Some people said it was haunted. There were no ghosts per se, but it was inhabited by magicians, so their claims were closer to the truth than they could have possibly known.
そういえば、幽霊と魔法使いっていうのは
True. What do you guys think? Like in actual real life, what would you find more surprising? Ghosts or actual mages that can do magic? I feel like both would be very shocking, but I don't know which one would be more surprising. Like if you see someone shoot a firebolt from their hand, or you see like an actual ghost that's like transparent and, you know, looks like someone who's deceased and you know maybe, what would shock you more? They can channel ghosts. Okay, let's assume that necromancy is not a thing, or anything that, you know, to do with projections or ghosts or anything like that. Like let's stick to simple stuff, like, you know, shooting lasers or something. Stuff like that, you know. Ghosts probably exist. Oh wow, we're going that route, huh? Lost in contemplation as he was, the boy failed to notice how his own lack of familiarity with city life played into the equation. Yeah, maybe mages still are more surprising or shocking. Both. In any case, none of his pondering changed what needed to be done. Tomorrow was the last day of exams. That meant he only had a little longer until Alko stopped taking responsibility for his safety. If possible, today was going to be the day when the mansion's owner accepted his continued residency there. Oh boy. He slipped between the trees encircling the mansion and walked down the naturally tree-lined avenue that led him to the front door.
Yoshi.
Taking a deep breath, he stepped across the threshold. The drawing room was where he expected to find Alice. Okay, time for a one-on-one. However, he found himself face to face with a most unexpected scene. A few steps in, he arrived at the large foyer extending from the mansion's entrance. But one thing was clearly out of place. The foyer of the mansion was like a hall in a medieval castle. It was illuminated by the cold winter sun casting down through the skylight, unaided by artificial light. The wooden tiles smelled of the outdoors. Oh, it's a CG, Pog! And there was Alice, dressed all in black, huddled against a column so enormous it resembled a sharply cornered tree trunk. The mansion was quite literally supporting her frail body. Like a mother's lullaby or a gently rocking cradle, the heavy atmosphere within this old building suppressed even the slightest stir, almost as if warding away any disturbance to her slumber. She fell asleep? Well, it's not even in like a chair or a bed or anything, just there, next to like a pillar. Wow. There she slept in the shadows of home. Hidden away from outsiders, her sleeping figure was enough to mesmerize anyone who laid eyes upon her. He instinctively looked up at the ceiling out of sheer awkwardness. He wanted to surprise her, but not in this way. Her slender frame lay asleep by the fireplace. The scene was as beautiful as a painting, yet hard on his heart at the same time. Her slumber seemed breathless. She was too still, with not even a hint of movement, and yet slumped against that frigid column under the cold winter sky, happiness appeared to be her blanket. A passerby would not be blamed for thinking she was in that most peaceful state of eternal slumber, death. Well, surely not. Oh, is it time for the cliche cover her with a blanket moment? I like those things. They're very tropey, but you know, they can make for some good moments. He spoke to himself as he gazed idly upon her. Bringing her a blanket or something warm did not so much as cross the boy's mind. Okay, never mind, he's too dim for that. Fuck it, I'll do. Instead, odd as it sounds, the first thing he thought of was to go prepare some tea. Okay, sure. No tropes for this man, because he doesn't know anything. He made sure to be as quiet as possible as he opened the drawing room door. On the table, waiting for him, were 3 pills. They were the medicine Alko required him to take every day when he arrived home. Gulping down the vaguely sweet pills and continuing on to the kitchen, he selected a box of tea from among the many in the cabinet and brewed enough for 2 people. Alice was still asleep when he returned to the foyer. Careful not to make any noise, he crouched close to the ground. He was startled by how cold the floor felt through his pants. He thought it would be warmer here by the fireplace, but then again, he recalled how Aoko had referred to it as a useless hole in the wall. What was likely the case was that neither she nor Alice knew how to use it properly. Tea time. Oh, we get snacks too. Wow. After taking the teacups from the tray and placing one in front of each of them, he carefully pulled his textbook on classical literature from his satchel. Okay. He could still see her angry face from this morning. The reason for her anger was still as much as mystery as the unusual look he saw briefly come across her face. In any case, one thing was certain. He needed to start studying for tomorrow. Thanks to Aoko's instruction, today's exam went well enough, but tomorrow's would be an even more formidable challenge. After how angry she was this morning, he could not expect her to help him again tonight. Damn, he's got his issues. He complained under his breath as he cracked open his textbook. Apparently, he intended to spend his time in this fashion until Alice finally awoke. The sound of the pages turning was the only audible noise in the grand hall. It's like the roles are reversed now, you know? Because, you know, she was there when he woke up. There was no ticking of clocks or rustling of leaves to disturb her sleep. After a few hours, Sojuro quietly rose to his feet. He just casually was, you know, crouching there for 3 hours. The light that filled the foyer was beginning to turn from white to red. He glanced again at Alice as he stretched his stiff back. She slept in perfect stillness just as she had this entire time. He arched his brow in speculation. He had no idea what her normal sleeping schedule was like, so he had no idea as to whether he should wake her. As if reaching the end of a long train of thought, he gave a quick nod of his head and took his leave of the mansion. Today, work was a shift at the Chinese restaurant in Misaki's shopping district, the Mad Bear. Damn. We'll rip that concentration for now. Okay. Do you have an idea how much there's left of this chapter, by the way? Does anyone know? I might do a bit of overtime, if it's not like too long. The uniforms had been made by someone with an obvious preference for garish colors. The orange apron was emblazoned with a cartoonish polar bear slashing a walk in two with its powerful claws. Oh, it's still quite a bit left. Damn, dude. Ooh, that's tough. Still kind of hungry for dinner, actually. Fuck, dude. Maybe today will be the rare occasion where I actually save mid-chapter. As much as it pains me, though. But at least it's not a really intense chapter. Like, there's no way I could have paused during one of the parts of the, chapter 5. I could only do it between the chapters, really. So maybe it's fine, Yeah, maybe it's okay. Yeah, because I am, especially now that, food's the topic again, I am definitely getting hungry for some dinner. Alright, I think we're just gonna do a nice save here now that we just changed locales as well. In fact, where is the save? Is there only a quick save? Man, dude. I hope this works. Because I didn't see an actual save file anywhere. Place bookmark. Oh, that's this. They just named it differently. Okay. Okay, sure. I guess, yeah, sure. I guess we are reading through, books of the story, so sure, dude. Makes sense. I get it now. Clever. Okay, there you go, though. Very good progress, I would say. Oh, and again, unless next week is going to be crazy packed for some reason, which I don't think is likely, we're probably going to continue next week once again, because I am wanting to get through this story. It is pretty engaging. Okay. Tomorrow's Welling. Oh, is tomorrow expected Tabetobo, or is it Saturday? I don't know, honestly. I have no idea. I think it might be Saturday, isn't it? I think it might be Saturday. Because I think it was 4 days into the event. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, whenever it happens, you know? But yeah, tomorrow we're gonna play some FGO regardless. You know, some JP rerun action. The arcade rerun will be out by then. We'll see if they do any buffs or anything. Could be cool. Any Draco? I already have MP5, bro. I don't need more copies. Mine is already good to go, you know? Tiamat as well, actually. MP6. Now, I'm just gonna stay for the next 2 serve it. Because, you know, I'd rather not spend money, if possible. But yeah, for today, good return, I want to say. I had a great time today. And in fact, my voice actually lasted really well for a stream that is very dialogue and reading heavy. So, that's pretty cool. Yay. So, today, in combination of the bonus stream from Tuesday, so far so good for this week too, I want to say. I was pretty happy with last week as well. Very cool. But yeah, tomorrow, some FGO action for Friday. Also, do remember to vote for Subsat if you want to and haven't already. So, there you go, reminder again. And for today, thank you for the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs, the bits, tips, the follows, and most importantly, thank you so much for being here. There's not that many people, I think, tuning into these streams because, you know, I understand they're very story and spoiler heavy, of course. So, you know, a lot of people probably want to read this on their own. But, you know, thank you to all of you guys that are here with me, you know, on my blind read-through here. Very cool of you guys to join them. But yeah, regardless, I hope you guys have a great rest of your Thursday or Friday, wherever it is you're at, and we'll be back tomorrow with some FGO. Check YouTube later today for a Wuthering Waves highlight video from that session. It's gonna go up very soon. If you want to see that, check it out. And otherwise, talk to you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.